Oh shit, it's the wrong title. Okay. I gotta set my topic. Warm up. Yo, Fumomo already showed up. Go to Soror, yeah. We got it planned. I've been kind of like memorizing it for, you know, like for writing reference, for like good dialogue reference and stuff. It is genuinely an absolute masterpiece. Godiusa, that's why we call it Godiusa. I'm just gonna draw one face for warm-up and correct this one a little bit. This is just like a side thing. I am actually gonna put this character in the game, but as like just bonus content. Yo, I don't know. Yes, I am finally not sick. As far as how am I doing, I'm doing good now, except I'm a little bit mentally scarred from the flu slowing me down. I'm like, I want to say 3 weeks behind where I wanted to be, but I'm moving really fast and I feel really good now, so it's not all bad, but it was a bit traumatizing. Just like to be, I was on such a good roll too before it hit. Yes, we got some good sleep. But yeah, we are on a roll now. I'm not what a pro would be considered fast at art also, but like for my old standards, like the speed of art that this project started with has been eclipsed many times over, so that's also good too. And I studied a lot of composition, so I can do compositions fast. And writing in Japanese has been going very well too. The natives have been given like really good, saying it's like most of it's like really natural now, like very almost rarely needs correction. One guy on High Native, when I posted some dialogue stuff, he corrected it just because he didn't like the humor. He didn't like my my otaku humor. He got really angry, so he rewrote the whole thing to something else. He was a dude trying to learn English, and I think he was upset that I'm native at English but also good at Japanese. I think he didn't like that. I think that upset him. So yeah, no, you can do anything on High Native. Yeah, High based coldies. Yeah, you can do anything on high native. And yeah, I make thorough use of it. It's extremely good as a resource. I highly recommend it. So we're just gonna do one face real quick. Oh yeah. Well, it's really good for lookups too. Yeah, exactly. Because it's both good for asking your own questions and checking what other people have asked. Sometimes I will type in like, I used to do this a decent. I don't really do it much anymore, but sometimes there'd be like a weird like a unusual phrasing or something in a work. Sometimes I'll type it in Google and I'll get a high native question from a person who I can tell is reading the exact same thing, and they ask about it, which is pretty funny. Let's just do it normal for now. As far as writing, plan has been 100% for a decent amount of time. The actual like words, I need about like, to finish chapter 1, I'm probably gonna need a clean 15-day stretch, I want to say. I'll probably do that on like secret stream. And each subsequent, some chapters will be longer than others, but each chapter is usually going to require about a clean probably 15 to 20 day stretch per chapter. And yeah, it'd probably be cool to stream it, honestly. Probably not this type of stream, but at least the other type. Well, I could do this type of stream to write, like if I'm just filling in like dialogue and shit. That could be maybe a good thing for streaming. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's all just like detailed planning right now, with exception of some chunks, some non-linearly written, because I rarely write like linearly. I usually fill it in scenes as, I usually do a detailed plan, then fill in scenes as I need them. So yeah, there's like some disconnected scenes and stuff. I'm quite happy with how it's coming. Like when I read it back, I'm usually like very happy with it. So yes, we are releasing Deltarune style. The plan is to get one out, chapter 1 by the end of the year. Chapter 2 like ASA, because chapter 2 has very, very little work involved after 1 is done. So 2 hopefully within just a month or 2 of 1. 3 is going to be a little bit more involved. That's probably not going to happen till somewhere in the spring. 4 and 5, I pretty sure I want to drop at once, possibly 4, 5, and 6 all at once. So those would be looking more at like fall of 2025 or so, which is about what I expected. A little bit slower than I was expecting, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, obviously, you know how plans go. Like, you get fucking sick, and boom, your plans get pushed back by like 3 weeks. I mean, honestly, this was an unusual flu. It's not like every time I get... Like, last time I had a cold, I just worked through it. But it's not like I did nothing while I had the flu. I was doing a lot of... I was getting some necessary reading in. I was getting some Anki catch-up in. I was doing shit like that. Like, shit that, like, is, you know, productive, but isn't, like, true work type shit. Do the weekly handwriting challenge formatting. There's often weird as fuck vocabs in the lyrics. I don't think I've heard about that. Weekly handwriting challenge. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm gonna take, like, when I want to finish the chapter 1 writing, if I'm gonna take like a clean 15 days out and just binge that. I typically like to binge when I'm finishing, when I'm doing like the actual final, I'm connecting everything and doing the final prose for a story. I usually like to write in one burst until it's done, uninterrupted. But I might break it into like 5 days, then maybe do some other shit, then 5 days, then 5 days, just so that I'm not like doing nothing except that for 15 days straight. But maybe we'll do it like that. It's hard to say yet. First things first is just getting all the battle stuff set up, which is actually a lot closer than it might seem. It's like a bunch of disconnect. Like right now we're in a state where it's like a bunch of isolated shit just not fully connected yet that I could connect in like literally 2 seconds. I have kind of been prioritizing shit in a slightly irrational direction. Like I really wanted to focus on like getting CGs moving and stuff. And I ended up taking out like 2 weeks to truly figure out how I needed to get the like all the composition crap I needed for that and stuff, and then that's when the friggin' flu hit and shit. And had I known that, I would have prioritized just getting the I would have just prioritized getting a first Battle Sim edition out immediately. But you know, it's whatever. Could be worse. Could be Toby Fox making people wait years. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's pretty sick. I should probably participate in that at some point. Handwriting challenge shit. That's too broad. No, because like that's kind of like the brand. Like as far as the only thing like I'm worried about, or no, as in I'm not worried about it at all, but I would be worried about is if I had like political opinions and shit that I threw around, which luckily I don't. As far as like any otaku shit, like, I mean, let's face it, at the end of the day, you know, you can't draw Bishoujo type characters without, you know, people being like, oh, okay, well, it's lolis and this dude is probably a lolicone type thing. There's nothing you can do about that, and there's no point in like like say just overnight for some reason you did do a thing that suddenly starts exponentially increasing your exposure. You can't really do anything. Actually, let's give this like a little bit more. Let's give this like some momentum. You can't really do anything as far as softening the sort of impact, so to speak, of being like, you know, a hardcore Oda dude. Like people are just gonna, you know, as they say, haters are gonna hate. There's just nothing you can really do about it. And like, I don't really care because I'm not about to do something stupid like debate about it. you know, and all that. So typically, if you just like stay out of trouble, people know if you're not looking for a fight, their options are very limited. So I don't know. I have some kind of idea with this, but I'll figure this out later. I'll probably just figure out this whole angle later. This is just supposed to be a warm-up. Yo, chicken. Some people have tried to use that as a insult sometimes, but I think they stop when they realize it's kind of too on the nose and not particularly effective. Yeah, exactly. Look at, yeah, Made in Abyss, exactly. If people respect what you're doing, if it's clear what you're doing is made with soul and intent, you're pretty much fine. Yeah, obviously I'm not nearly as good of an artist as him, but the writing should also make up for that, and also there's going to be a lot of good art in the game anyway because of my brother and shit, and so it's going to be it should be a good time. I mean at this point it's like otaku hate shit is like, it's kind of it doesn't have much wind on its back anymore. It just doesn't at this point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if it came out that Toby was into yeah, like honestly, like none of that would probably like. Half the reason the Pope shit was even a big deal was because anytime Matt Pat gets involved in anything, it turns into a big deal because he was like a big drama queen, and he was always causing trouble. So like in his case, for example, like everyone assumes he's a furry anyway because he draws like, well, he doesn't really draw, but like his game has like anthropomorphic characters or whatever. No one sees that in current year and doesn't go, oh, this guy's like not a furry. You know, no one would think that. And it's the same way if you draw Bishoujo characters. No one goes, oh, this guy has like no, you know, lolicone DNA or something adjacent to that. You know, it's, and if you try to pretend it's not that, you just look like an idiot. You just look like weak and abusable, basically. Good night, chicken. Thank you for stopping by. I hope everything is going well. Normie's more so, hey, irony weeps. Yeah, that's really freaking true. I feel like I feel like you're right about that. Like, it's the dishonesty. It's being annoying. It's being flippant and stuff. Like, I think people can. I think otaku respect. I think otaku shit has garnered a genuine form of acceptance of some kind. As long as you're like cool about it, as long as you be cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like no one likes Joey Anime Man. No one likes Gigic. Like that kind of like nihilistic, nothing is sacred to you type shit. Like you could get away with that when it was like 2009. And, you know, the internet was more of like a contained culture, but like nowadays no one wants to see that shit. I mean, obviously he still gets like the numbers and stuff because of momentum, but he wouldn't be anything. He wouldn't be anything if he was starting today. So, you know, Nora and Matt can tell the difference. Yeah, well, that's unfortunate, but hopefully with time that will change. Hopefully that will change with time. Let's see. Last time I met up with some normie friends was my once in a blue moon meetup, and it was like 6 months ago or something. And I could tell that they were all like much more like that. There's like an increasing comfort with like Oda stuff and Oda adjacent stuff than there used to be. I could definitely tell that. I wouldn't say it was like night and day or anything. But there's I definitely felt some kind of evolution of things in some form. As far as that type of thing goes, I'm not sure exactly how I would describe it, but I do think that the world is certainly capable of there's a lot of things that in the past, like 10 years ago, would have been regarded as utterly incapable of creating the kind of like normie palatability that they did in more recent years. Then there's decrepit Wait, what the fuck is that word? Sorry, I don't know English. It's my second language, you have to understand. Like null for the...
Emojis is like a British for...
Oh, okay. Null for K... Oh, from KF. I actually don't know what the incomprehensible meant. Yeah. I'm sorry, Will. But you will have to translate that. Curmudgeon, that's right. I actually don't know who that is. Maybe that's a good thing. Oh, Kiwi Farms. Oh, yeah, I would imagine that guy's probably not a guy, not the type of guy you want to have beers with, I would imagine. People on that site are mad fucking weird. Kiwi Farms users. The main thing I would go on it for is to keep up with like keep up with Chibi from Chibi the speedrunner to see what he's up to. Occasionally. Sometimes I would check the old Goose or White Goose threads too, just to relive the good old days when Goose was when Goose allowed himself to have a personality. Yes. That's very true from Ofum. Without I got nakereba, me and I. It's true as fuck. Notice Yandev is always picked on by Vulture YouTubes. They always make a big deal about him being a yeah. It's one of those. It's yet another reason I hate him, because it's obviously the immediate blame is on said Vulture YouTubers, but he feeds it, and he stresses he's always stressed insincerity, and like he brandified a extremely like kind of yeah, like literally insincere relationship with like weeb shit, which is why I hate him. But yeah, I have seen some of those videos, and it's always like, it always makes me wince when they're like, they use him as a as like a lever to get you know, to get like an advantage over, you know, like weebs as a whole and shit. It's extremely frustrating. Which is one, you know, that's one of my big goals to change, is to just be like, you know, I'm just literally here to be like, if you're talking about me, you might as well be talking about any Japanese creator. Like, there's no, you know, I'm not here to inject some kind of weird fucking Western irony perspective onto anything or anything. I just, you know, I just want to do everything as is. The whole point is to transplant what is locked behind the language and culture barrier and just plop it right. Just take a big fat dump right onto Western soil. Yes, that's extremely true. I'll know that's probably the best way to put it. He's a caricature of irony weebs. Yeah, that's really true, Will, and I guess it's your personal philosophy how much you blame him at that point. Me, I'm fine with blaming him. I'm fine with considering him. You know, it's like fucking Marvel soy shit. With great power comes great responsibility. It's true. Wise words. And he has a big platform, and whether he likes it or not, he's representing, you know, someone like me partially. So I'm fine with throwing a little bit of hate his way because of that. I don't feel guilty about it. I've seen what an asshole he can be too. Like, you ever seen his history with Mike Z? That's like some real. As someone who has hands-on helped people like learn, similar to what Mike Z was doing with him. Like, I know just how like friggin' you know, just how asshole she was being. Like, that probably sounds kind of pretentious, but like, what I'm trying to say is, like, you can tell he's not, you know, he's not working with a full deck. Yeah, he basically kept throwing a fit at the advice, and he kept like not actioning on what he was telling him. And the dude was clearly like mad hands-on with him. And then he kept yelling at him. He kept making it his problem, despite the fact that he was going out of his way, allegedly like for free, doing something that would normally be like probably like $50 an hour type hands-on advice. Yeah, and he was just taking a fat dump on him for it. And then after it ended, he said he vowed to like get revenge on him. He vowed to get revenge on Mike Z, despite he being the one helping. So that's how he repays his kindness, with vengeance. Definitely not a guy you wanna. Definitely another type of guy you don't want to have beers with. All right, well that's. I feel like the eyes are just not droopy enough. They need to be more droopy. Yeah, that's better. That is better. Alright, that's enough warm-up. We are gonna... what we're doing today is actually a little bit lame. I need to make little symbol type things. Like, when the enemy attacks, it's a different animation than like when you attack. It's just per type. There's like gonna be one animation per type when the enemy attacks. And it's just gonna be like super... I've just been putting them off because it's not... super interesting. In a lot of RPGs, first-person RPGs, the enemy will just like flash or something. But I want to at least create a little animation that at least represents the type of attack they're doing. So we'll try to... I think we'll be able to knock them all out today. The harder part is just going to be getting the good idea for what they should even be. I know one of them... right off the top of my head what one of them is going to be, so I'll probably just do that one first. 428 by 240. Just make sure I'm getting the res right. Fuck. Don't do that. Do not do that. I just opened up Microsoft Edge by accident. Oh shit. What was the... Okay, here we go. Yeah, 420 about 240. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta pull up the type symbols. Where are they? I think I'll just find a... Oh shit, I gotta open up Share X too. I had to reset my computer because Windows was just full blown shit the bed on me, so I have a bunch of shit that's not open right now that I need. Okay, here we go. What next? Alright, well that should do it. Okay, so we need one animation for each of these types, except for colorless, because we already have that one. It's just a simple, you saw it in the video, it's just a simple, like, circle thing, circle wave effect thing. Linux, I did dabble with way back in the day. Like, we're talking the Stone Age, when I was first getting into coding, because I deemed it something I should at least have some familiarity with. Nowadays, I only ever touch it. I have a little subsystem thing, whatever you... I literally don't even know the term, but I have to use I have to use it within Windows to, whenever I'm doing like decomp, whenever I'm messing around with like decomp shit, because all the decomp stuff does it. Linux W, yes, yes, thank you, Elna. Thank you, WSL. I have to use WSL whenever I'm messing around with like decomp stuff because they all use it. I wish I was a true Linux head, but there's just so much, convenience to just letting yourself get smashed by by gates. So sadly it's just gonna be that for a while. Okay, so for the beast one, I already know for a fact. I want like just like a cool image of just like jaws kind of crushing down, kind of like I'm picturing kind of like the Umineko effect, but with way less detail. I'm trying to pull up an Umineko playthrough that has. I know it shows up a lot at the end. Okay, I went way too far. It shows up a lot at the end of chapter 2. Okay, we're almost there. I think this should be it. Yeah, this should be it. Okay. Yeah, so this type beat. Yeah. This type beat. It has an animated version as well. I don't know how to get it though. I don't know like where it would show up. Maybe here. Maybe here. No, what the fuck? It has an animated version, I know for a fact. It's not that important. It's genuinely not that important. I'm about to not worry about it. Yeah, that's it. We got it. Did we go past it or we go below it? Okay. Around 8:45. Alright, here we go. Yeah, it's literally just... Yeah, it's just... Okay, it's just the two things sliding. Okay, alright. Yo, Chris, we are on the... Got houred on the oob. 10 LTSC. Lots of people... Computers don't support Windows 11. Yeah, that's fucked up. If I was a millionaire, I would fund floss off. Yeah, I agree. Fumofu. That should be a thing. Yeah, so yeah. So Linux is a lot more usable now than 10 years ago. That is good to hear. At some point, maybe we will ditch the Gates shit. Yeah, I don't know. Probably the good reason is probably that it has to throw a bunch of like fucking spyware shit on there and bloat and just AI madness. I think that's the good reason. Yeah, it's probably Windows. There's probably an easy way to like emulate it or something, or Because you can use the, I forget what it's called. I would imagine it's not that. I mean, there's also, I mean, a lot of people say, like, yeah, Krita, exactly. A lot of people just straight up like Krita better. So you can always just use Krita. I don't want this to look lame. This has to look cool. Preferably, I should pull up some kind of anime reference as well. I'm trying to think. See, this is the hardest part of designing shows, just knowing what to look at. I'm trying to think of... Oh, I know what we can pull up. We can pull up one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Openings. That will have a really good reference. Yu-Gi-Oh! I think maybe... Also, I'm sorry if... Yeah, I'm sorry if that volume just scared you. Oh, the buffering is awful on this thing. Alright, I'm gonna have to go to YouTube. Or you know what I could do? I could just download it. That'd probably be the best bet. Let's just download it. Because this whole opening is absolute fire. Art. Downloaded art. Animation. Oh, yeah, that's right. Proton and Line. Yeah, I heard people, like, kind of can get some of them to run, but it's kind of like a crapshoot or whatever. John Blow walking into the room, GIF, let's go. Yeah, I would imagine CSP probably has a lot of bloat and shit compared to it. Do you know, I used to be a GIMP user for a while. Engineers are totally stuck. Autodesk has them by the balls. Their stuff is too heavy for one. Yeah, that's all fucked up. That is fucked up. Okay, so I think what we want is to emphasize, like, we definitely want some kind of, like, just basic. We definitely want, like, this type beat, but it should probably be... It should probably have a... Yeah, like a more... So that these can, like, converge on each other. They can just drag. They can just... The two sides can just drag down naturally. Basically what Mineko's doing. I just gotta get the silhouette interesting enough. Maybe a tongue. Maybe not. That might be too much. I mean, maybe we could do like this type effect. Maybe. It might break the symbol budget. It might break the you know, it might not read as a, because it's supposed to have a little bit of like a plasma type thing. Yes. That episode hits hard. The finales of the seasons are always like big moments. Oh, Fuzzy's playing Metaphor, yeah. If I played games, I would play it. I might watch a tuber play it. Dim chats rise up. Green is my pepper. Actually, don't know what that means. Alright. While I'm waiting for this shit to download, I'm gonna just find it on YouTube. Yu-Gi-Oh! Opening 5. Okay, well, we could do it like... I'm trying to think if it should be more like a dragon snout type thing, or if it should be more, well, probably shouldn't be dragon-like, because there is a secret dragon type, and that would overlap. It should probably feel a little bit more, wolf-like. Actually, let's look at opening 3 real quick. Nah. Why is this isn't open to this is opening 4. Oh, I just saw that. Yeah, there could be like maybe some kind of... I didn't think of that. There could be some kind of snout presence. Even like, I don't know, even like a beak. I'm just looking at raw right now. Even like a beak would possibly be like interesting. Just so that's not like... Well, the thing is, I still don't know if I want to go for like it's literally floating teeth, or if it should feel more like a pseudo creature. Pseudo creature might be more interesting. It's hard to say. Because as far as when it gets filled in...
Yeah, I just caught your comment, Fuzzy. So his ass is getting
That's why we're here. This looks kind of fucking stupid. Well, see, the problem is I'd have to start color coding things, and I want these to be pretty freaking simple. Like, to distinguish a tongue and stuff would require, like, some kind of separate actual image acknowledgement. Color, which is probably too much for how simple I want these to be. Although I do kind of... Yeah, do you have any?
No, I was just going to reply to the brawly metaphor.
I mean, a tongue could be interesting. And then we could do, like... Actually, I think that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, think of us as the weird energy shit that they send Goku. Where he beats Wally. You're just like sucking that shit up. Just think of it like that.
Alright, yeah, let's go. We're going with this. Oh shit, I just realized you can't see my screen still. I was debating whether or not everything should just be solo color or one colored tooth type thing, but I decided there will be a tongue. There will be a visible tongue of sorts happening. Lube up. Based. One of the default brunches in GIMP is literally... Oh, the green fucking pepper. That's right. I didn't even know that. I know about the blender monkey, but I did not know about the green pepper. Oh, shit. Oh shit, I did. Drew in actual black. Okay, so we're just gonna make a thing out of this now, yeah. We'll put the tongue shit on a separate layer. Actually, let's just do this. Wand it. There we go. Yeah, okay, that way, yeah, okay. This way we can get away with like kind of an interesting abstract design. Where it's like, it's hard to tell if it's like exactly like bone or teeth or whatever. And we'll make it so it's hard to tell if these are like, if this is like an eye cavity or if it's like nose or some shit. That should be somewhat interesting. Let's see, how long did it take to pull up like reference and shit for that? Alright, well, it took about 20 minutes. That's not that bad. If these can all get knocked out within 40 minutes, we could probably see them all tonight. Maybe we should put additional, like an addition, yeah, like an additional hole type thing. So it makes it like extra ambiguous. I don't know, something up here maybe. I think that's too much. No, maybe not. I think that looks interesting. We are back. Thank you, Bobby VG. I had the flu for a while and it was like the worst. It wasn't, I swear it's not a John. It was the worst fucking flu in my life. I tried to be a little bit productive during it, but as far as we have waited way too long as far as me actually putting the fucking battle sim in your hands, so I'm just gonna speedrun the rest of the work I gotta do for that. Should have a new video out, a couple videos actually, showcasing shit, and should just be a good time. I hope you are doing well. I was like in my groove. I was like, I'm breaking into PokeTube now. Wolfie, smiling like Wolfie. Yeah, basically it was just like a thing. It was just a thing that was going around. And I went into a particularly nasty place in public And what I fucking did was I got back into working out after being lazy for a little bit, and I went like nuts for like 2 days in a row, like classic stupid mistake. Yeah, the Pokemon leak is insane. It's crazy because I watched Jimothy's video where he's reacting to is pretty funny. The what's crazy is like it's hilarious because they said, like, I found out like kind of recently that like Gen 3 was originally intended like on the table to be like a reboot of sorts, and that's why it has so many mons that cross over with the roles of existing mons up to that point, because they were thinking of doing like a reboot thing with it. And one of the ideas of the reboot was to... Sorry, let me just drink some coffee. One of the goals of the reboot was to like make it less like kids anime like, because especially with Gen 2 they really leaned into the kind of kids anime qualities and stuff with a lot of the designs and shit. And you can really see eventually, like somewhere in the project, they were like, oh, a reboot is stupid, a reboot is a bad idea, just make it a, keep the old Pokemon and stuff. But you could see like the original design philosophy for so many, it was literally like they just threw the fucking they threw the existing like Pokemon philosophy to the wind up to that point. They just made like these like fucking horror creatures and stuff. It's crazy to see. But then of course, because it's a mainstream product, they gotta like wrangle it in. It has to make sense. Like you can't just but yeah, it's crazy to see. Yeah, it's definitely the most exciting thing that happened for Pokemon in a while. I loved the yeah, I'm gonna have to wow, that's insane. I'm gonna have to check out the extent of what they leaked. But yeah, I loved seeing the early stuff leak a lot, so I'm gonna have to check this shit out too. Like, obviously I'll always be biased to the original gen a lot, but like this is definitely very excited. And yeah, no, like it's brutal, Will. Like the game industry is no joke as far as like the game industry is not friendly to creators. Like it's a brutal place. Like whenever something interesting gets done in the game industry, it's always against the odd. It's never because it's the game industry. It's always despite the fact that it's the game industry. It is not a friendly environment to creators, and it never has been, and it only gets less friendly with time. So it's interesting too, because like remember in like Pokemon the Sun and Moon, there's like the whole thing with the sacred beast things or whatever they were called that look like the fucking Vertex monsters from Yuki Yuna. Don't look anything like Pokemon. Like those things like resemble the different like trainers NPCs like in the game and shit. And people are like wondering like, oh, is that like gonna be like stories, but then it's just like not, it ends up like not being like a thing. Like you can tell these things always start with them like cooking up ideas and shit, but then like since it's like a mainstream product, it just gets chopped down and shit. And like apparently like the video game industry is just notorious for that. It's just nothing but like Roberto Ferrari made a comment at one point too. He's like, oh, the industry is like ridiculously inefficient. So much work gets done before a proper plan is there. So much of it gets thrown away, etc. It's crazy. Just crazy shit. It's just so corporately it's just on such a corporate leash. just brutal. Yeah, Fuzzy Riviera. That's one of my favorites. Absolutely, it's such a it was such a formative work for me. Yeah, exactly. The anime industry is a lot better off, at least. The anime industry's biggest problem is just the fact that they're by design always underfunded, which sucks ass, and hopefully something is done about that. The anime industry feels like something that can work out its problems with enough time. The video game industry, though, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's very tough. I'm more interested in developers' notes on the older games than ROM links and upcoming games. Yeah, exactly. The Pokemon developers, they always wanted to do something, yeah, more sophisticated for sure. But that's just not what's wanted out of them. So, shit. As in by the companies, I'm sure the players would be more than happy, but. It's funny because Black and White too, they're getting into all this Chunibyo ass story shit and stuff, and Black and White are so interesting for that. I was kind of getting out of the series at that point, so I never really got to thoroughly experience that gen much, but I did do one round of the campaign, and it's really interesting how seeing that it felt like kind of a weird kind of it's interesting how creative freedom comes out in weird blips in these things, pockets. There's pockets of kind of creative freedom, and then there's pockets where it's not really there. Metaphor's dungeon mechanics are interesting because you can melee your enemies if they're weak enough. There's lots of tension. Oh yeah, the SMT systems are always really interesting like that. Nocturne was SMT3 was definitely a really big. There's a lot of really fucking annoying shit in Nocturne, but annoying shit aside, and there's a lot of issues with SMT games. Always run into problems too, where they give you so much freedom that you can often do weird cheese and shit. That aside, though, I really like Nocturne a lot, and I like the other ones too. I didn't play all of them, but Nocturne was the game that made me realize how much I love RPG, well done RPG dungeon shit, even if there's no story, as long as the mechanics are interesting. Because Riviera was the game that made me realize how interesting dungeons can be when there's a constant flow of characterization going on, and the party genuinely feels like a real party. Nocturne was kind of the game that made me realize how interesting dungeons can be, just as a tense survival thing. So I always really liked SMT for that, how they really create a good obviously not all of them. Persona 2 barely has there's barely a game there. It's so easy, and the battle system doesn't have much depth to it and stuff. I like Persona 2, but I don't like. It's weird. I really love that game in specific ways, and then in other ways I'm just kind of same with 3. I like 3 a lot in certain ways. Don't really care too much about in other ways. The SMTs, the conventional SMTs, I tend to lean a little bit more on those as far as liking them. I love that. Oh, that sounds sick. Hopefully, honestly, I would love to do a play of it. If I get time, I would love to do a little bit of SMT gaming, including Metaphor. I heard in the cartoon industry intentionally put something really provocative in, expecting it. Yeah, exactly. That's really yeah, exactly. You kind of like distract with one thing. If I had to guess, the video game industry does similar stuff sometimes. It's just the problem with the difference with cartoons and video games is that cartoons are moving like a little faster and stuff, whereas in the video game industry, they have so much time. They can just review every aspect of it and scrutinize it, and that sounds sick. Yeah, I mean, I thought I was excited when it was announced because it looked like a really cool new take on the whole SMT type thing. There's different. Oh, interesting. That sounds kind of more appealing in some aspects. Gallica, mascot of the game, guide. I see. Anime. Yeah, I have heard about the Fumofu. I have heard about the animator dorm project. I don't know why it doesn't get more funding. Because it just, to me, like, everyone's talking about, like, oh, reform the studios, reform this. You can't just tell the studios to pay more money. If they're not getting, like, if the actual funding companies aren't paying the studios don't have anything to pay the actual animators. So you can't just tell a studio to pay them more if there's no money to actually pay them. Then that's effectively their only option at that point would be to downsize, and if they were to downsize, nothing would get made, and if nothing gets made, everyone who's already working wouldn't have a job. So the solution is obviously to give them more funding, from the top level, but they're stingy and they don't want to do that. So to me, the animator dorm seems like just such a great solution. I just think it needs people need to get it more money, get more money to the animator dorm. Unless there's like something corrupt with it that I'm not aware of. It sounds legit. I mean, it sounds like they produce, like legit people come out of it and shit. Yeah, AniTuber's not chilled enough, exactly. Specific class you can assume demons in called out. So it's not SMT, but you can add SM. Interesting. You can add SMT mechanics into it. Interesting. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm hyped for it, Fuzzy. I'm gonna be there for it once I have time to game again, which hopefully happens within a year. Like, I would like to play games on stream and shit. I have no time for it. I don't want to be, like I said, I don't want to be like a cringy variety streamer type thing, but relevant games on stream would be fun at some point. I don't like this one. Down here. Maybe something like that. Maybe something like that. Maybe something like that. I feel like that's too busy. Just leave it like this for now. Alice was cooking. We need a militant otaku insurgency group to force the end. Yes, exactly. I don't endorse any form of violence, but I would not complain if someone forced Joey Anime Man to do some base shit. It's like if you have Saber, your Lance. Ah, interesting. Then there's one class that serves as your traditional SMT demon. Interesting. That sounds pretty freaking cool. That sounds cool because it sounds like a more controlled, way doing. Yeah, it sounds less cheese prone to me. Not that I don't hate the cheese when the cheese shows up, but I typically like when things are a little bit more controlled, but not like too controlled. Let's do that. I'm trying to think. Oh, what? I forgot where like the light source in the. Oh well, it's usually coming from the left. That's right. So the shadows should be more biased this side. The anime man gets commercial. They have a fantasy novel that's basically retelling the real world. All the characters view it as a utopia. Oh, interesting. Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah. I like that concept. Yeah. Speaking of which, at some point I gotta read the original like Megami Tensei novels or whatever from way back from the 80s or whatever that spawned the whole thing. I'm curious what those are like. I don't think what to do with this. Should probably not be there. It should just be like that. Oh yeah, did they get Meguro back for it? Yeah, it's true. Actually, it is true that I often think about. Oh, that's epic that they got him. Is Gochusa my favorite Kira? I actually don't know if it's my favorite. I do love Hidamari too. Gochusa is definitely the one that's like most relevant to me. It's the one I spent the most time with, by far. Yeah, I'll just say it's my favorite. Perhaps. Give me some time to think about that. Any stance on Mark Shugi? No, to be honest. I mean, I know that it's associated with a type of person you probably don't want to spend. You probably don't want to be friends with, but in general, I'm like so indifferent. I'm so indifferent to that shit because I'm just like, I just see the world in terms of like what immediately to me everything is just like there's no politics, there's only business, there's only like what's gonna fuel the oat economy, what's gonna get otaku more of a platform, more money, more power, more spread, whatever. So I'm like so indifferent to that kind of stuff. I did, out of curiosity, I did have a period where I was curious, and I read up on some of that stuff, but I didn't find anything illuminating. Well, not nothing illuminating. Like, there's a few things I read that I probably shouldn't even mention. Some things are slightly illuminating, but otherwise, yeah, no thoughts. Effectively, no thoughts. I'm gonna clone this shit. New ways to form an oat economy. Yeah. Well, let's get. We need an oat economist. I need an oat economist and need multiple oat economists, and we need some OTA lawyers. I actually do know. I do know someone who's on his way to be an OTA lawyer of sorts. Getting quite close at this point. OTA doctors, OTA dentists, whatever, everything, anything and everything. Shit. OTA politicians too, like yeah, what's his name? The hell's his name again? He's a fucking. He's a classic. I don't know why I can't remember his name. All I can remember is Akamatsu. That's right. Yeah, Akasaka is Oshinoko. Akamatsu is Negima. Yeah, Akamatsu became an Oda-tician. OTA politician. Yeah, form a religion around Haruhi, sue the IRS to get tax exempts. That would be based. Honestly, one thing I was like unironically been thinking of for a while is creating like at some point like a nonprofit. I don't know if like I would ever be in a position to do this, but someone should do this. Some kind of nonprofit type preservation, you know, like art preservation museum type thing, some kind of like archiving thing where because you know how like the fine art industry has all this like shady like fucking scam madness running through it and all that stuff. What would be sick is if there was like a legitimate kind of archiving organization, museum type thing. And through that, there could be like, you know, there could be big like people could potentially get like big like tax write-off shit. Like, let's say you're like an artist or something. I don't know. I'm fucking spitballing here. I don't know legal shit. So this is just me like. This is me literally spitballing, but like if someone was to just like donate their art to it or whatever, then that'd be like a fucking tax write-off or something. I don't know. Just someone who knows better than me to turn this idea into something, you know, substantial. That would be fucking cool. Marx has been given a bad rap by the tankies. The actual theory is relevant today. Oh, to tax evasion. Larry Fink, who loves investing money. Anna's archive for I've never heard of that. Yeah, it would be cool to see people, I don't know. People with economic knowledge and stuff. Oh, I see. I see, yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It would be interesting to see people brainstorm all this kind of stuff. In general, you know, just anything and everything to get like more economic advantage and stuff is obviously got to be the end game here. Now, I got this pretty asymmetrical. I don't know if it would look better if I just symmetryified it or not. Let's just try it. Yes. Yeah. No, Skaji has become like the dad. Has become like the fucking dad of otaku now. Because he's so knowledgeable about like Oda shit and he keeps up with so much shit, and then he also just is very knowledgeable about random shit. Random other shit, so I totally agree. Like that's the kind of person I want to be. In terms of not his exact parameters, but that type of person where you're just constantly keeping up with the pulse of the larger Oda culture, and you're also thinking about you're thinking about the world outside of it and stuff, and I think I kind of like it better asymmetrical. But it's a little too asymmetrical. If you want to go down the rabbit hole in the fine art scene, Who Paid the Piper by Francis Stoner said TLDR the glows. Yeah. Yeah, that is true, Ellen. Sometimes as a joke, sometimes not as a joke. Yeah, the fine art scene I have a little bit of insight into because I know a little bit about it. Because I had some proximity to it from a young age. Yeah, I know that it's like whack. I know some stuff firsthand about how whack it is. It is basically, I mean, you can basically just think of it as like a mafia type thing, but like much more powerful than the current like classic Italian I think they're Owakone. I think they're washed. I think they're cooked. I don't know how strong the whole fine art cabal still is, but I know that they used to be pretty damn influential in certain areas. As far as having a good amount of economic power and stuff. probably less powerful than they used to be if I had to guess. I can't imagine in the information age that type of thing being as potent as it used to be. Should we do another Yu-Gi-Oh soundtrack run? Someone made the Undertale OST in the fucking Mario sound font. I'm genuine. I watch every Mario sound font video. I'll usually get out if it sucks pretty quickly, but I might have to subject you to that at some point. No, it would taint the stream, honestly. I'll do it on my own time. Can't have Toby Stench on my stream. Alright, how long did this take to do this upper jaw? This took... Okay, it took longer than I was hoping. It took like 30 fucking 5 minutes, but it's not too bad. Sharp for my wife. I wonder whatever happened to that dude. My anime list ratings and users. I think it's definitely better. Like, user ratings are nice because obviously they delete delete a lot of the value of anyone who's going to try to like monopolize ratings and stuff. But they're also bad because everyone's like an idiot and stuff. And there's always that guy that is trying way too hard, thinks he's like smart and knowledgeable. He's not good at anything. He has no creative skills. And he just leaves awful reviews that are like low key or even high key, just straight up like anti-Oda coded. The ability of people like that to thrive is obviously very bad. I don't think it's all that influential. I think it also has a secret good side in that it gets people used to what the average mind looks like, so to speak. Like it kind of like gets people it decreases the naivete or whatever you want to call it. It makes people less naive. It can make the smarter echelon of people less naive to what like common opinion and stuff looks like, and like what to expect out of like the quality of the average consumer and stuff more. But at the same time, it also gets people to be like, a lot of people to be really obsessed and really kind of mentally dominated by what other people think and stuff. So yeah, double-edged sword ultimately, for sure. It's definitely better than a centralized thought control thing, but yeah, well, the number scale thing is retarded. I mean, I don't even think I have to talk about why the numbered scale thing is so retarded. Yeah, I mean, everyone hates it, and it just causes, so, like, my idea for an actual ideal, like, rating type system, like an actual, like, user review rating type thing, user rating, the ideal site for that would be people would just tag shit with, like, why they, like, what they thought was, like, uniquely good about a thing. So you would have user voted tags, like it would be something like like tearjerker or some shit, or like scary, or shit like that. That would be a lot more constructive. And it would also help form a trope database inherently. Stuff like that would be much, much better. Yeah, a classic like recommended, not recommended thing is always much better. That's what I was happy that they at least added. They at least added like the 3 recommendation levels. That's nice at least. That's an improvement for sure. But still, it's just not good. It's definitely not good. I definitely think though it has helped make people a little less naive. Which is kind of that's sort of the silver lining. Like whether you like it or not, you're gonna get a whiff of what other people are like and shit. Each tag has a percent of people who agree with this. Yes, exactly. That would be ideal. Oh yeah, AniList does have some of that, exactly. Yeah, it's just the problem is that a lot of it does still get overshadowed by the actual number. It's not quite as it's not quite implemented the ideal way, but yeah, it's definitely better. I mean, it's definitely going to be better for sure. All right. That area is too busy. I think this thing in general might just be too busy of a feature. Maybe not. Maybe it just needs a third thing. Maybe if we balance this with like a little... I think it just needs to be thicker. I think that's the shit. Just get the shit thicker. Thick like JB's. Thick like JB's figure. John Blow got really fat recently. I think he's stressed. Score calculated based on scores people would similar. Oh yeah, that's a good point too. Well, like if it was quarantined among demographics too, that would be much better too. So there's not like one set rating, like there's just like demographic based ratings. That would be a lot better too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, people can definitely get use out of him. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like especially with VNs, the numbers do influence me, but part of that is because I just trust VN readers more. But I take them with a bucket of salt still anyway, because I try to think about what influenced the rating before I actually am influenced by it myself. Sort of off topic, I feel like I spend too much time worrying about whether or not I should do a full copy of an illustration. Oh, I would say. Typically, when you feel like too routined with a thing, it's because you haven't loaded the knowledge that would be most, the knowledge you don't have yet that would be most useful to you in the front of your mind yet. Which usually, I want to say try tackling a really ambitious illustration in moment when you're feeling like that. Because typically when you tackle something mad ambitious, it makes you like mad hungry for certain types of knowledge after. And then you kind of like know what you should benefit from the most after that. It depends though. It can depend. That's my best guess though, based on what you're saying. Because I know exactly what you're talking about. No, this looks stupid. Yeah. Don't think too hard. Don't think too hard. You can always, if you try something and you goof, if you just literally try it again after a couple copies or something, it'll be literally 10 times easier. 3 different copies. Yeah. Full rendered copies are brutal. They're like big. They're as involved, if not sometimes more, than doing a thing from scratch. Interest stack things on Mal. I don't think I've heard of that. Actually, don't think I know what that is. Yeah, Chris, I agree. The VNDB rankings are very cooked in their own way. Like, they're not like... That's why I say, like, if I'm going to be influenced by them, it's not in any remotely straightforward way. Even slightly. Like, I'm going to think hard about it. At this point, I do not need rankings for anything. I do not need recommendations. I know the industry too well. I know who's working enough. I don't know everything I should, but I know who's working enough. I know my genres. I can just smell something from a mile away most of the time, whether or not it's going to be relevant to me. So, like, I never feel blind with anything anymore because of that. If it's a new thing, like if it's some new writer who just popped up with like a debut work, and I don't know what his main influences are yet and stuff, then it will be, that's the closest I'll get to like a surprise or something. But even then, you can usually tell pretty quickly. There's been a couple new writers to pop up recently. A couple who seem, I think, pretty promising. I didn't get a chance to really thoroughly check them out yet, but as far as like new. In terms of like new-ish, there's Fuyu Akane in the VNs who I only finished one thing from him so far. It was absolutely insane though, so he seems like he's one of the new goats. Yes. Yeah, no, fuzzy like full render type copies. That's not something to like commonly do. It's a very big investment. That's going to take a lot out of you, and it's a good thing to do for sure. But definitely not something you'd have to do often. Typically, you just want to focus on getting your parts down. Your actual pieces down really well. And whatever's... When you go to do something original, whatever's blocking you, just, give that a good focus. QW actually asked me to talk about this for the last clinic. I gotta add that clinic to the playlist. I forgot to add it to the playlist. But you can maybe check that out. I actually do talk about some of this in that one. No, that's no good. I feel like I overdid some of the details. It's a little bit convoluted. Trying to think if I went too far. I'm still getting used to like pixel shit, like how to... I'm probably going to be doing a lot of pixel stuff, like even for just like Twitter picture posts, because actually clean finishing shit is way too time consuming for me right now. So I might be doing some pixel shit for just like personal illustrations. Just as a nice way to get a little extra EXP and stuff, and give it a... It's easy to animate too. I can even add gimmicks to it. Like little like pseudo UI or whatever. Kind of want to avoid any dithering on this guy. Just like a tiny bit of pseudo dithering might be a good idea. Just like one layer of... One layer of like pseudo dithering might be good. No, let's just leave it like that for now. I'm so mad that Reddit mod morons shut down ROO Res and told people to post. Yeah, that's retarded. Yeah. Yeah, because it's important. I mean, it's not the same thing. It is not the same thing. There is a big difference between a low-res painting, drawing, whatever, and actual pixel art. I don't want to go nuts with this. I want to keep it really subtle. I don't want to open like a can of dithering worms. Let's just get rid of this. Even this is just too much. Just one layer of dithers. Just to give it a little edge. Just a little bit of edge. Oh, it's full 3D low res renders. Yeah, that is dumb as hell. Yes, Fuzzy. I'll get that on the playlist. I totally forgot. Sometimes I upload and I just forget to add it to the playlist. Alright, let's wrap this guy up because I don't want to spend too much time on this thing. I kind of wanted to get to all of them today. The question is, okay, I see what I see what I'm not liking here. The size of these is distracting. They're just too friggin' big. I'm gonna have to move them one at a time. Yeah, this just is too much. Push them up there. Yeah, it's much better. Much better. Much better. Yeah. Yeah, and then this is just a little too convoluted. Like this is just there's just too much shit going on. There's simply too much shit going on. Everything popular is owned by Silicon Valley and moderated by Gaiji. That is a good question. I've been thinking about that myself. I mean, in terms of like reach and stuff, Twitter still seems to be good for like just spitting just quick ideas out that people engage with like sort of low investment. So it's good for like, yeah, it definitely seems to still kind of do its job for that. I'll have a more developed opinion on it soon because I was actually going to start uploading game clips like pretty frequently. Kind of game dev posting. We'll see how that goes. But it's definitely not for like high quality idea sharing and stuff. Yes, we must return to BBS, exactly. Yeah, Mastodon. I think I have a Mastodon, but I just forgot it existed. I don't think I've done anything on it. I mean, it seems like stuff like that always feels like promising. Like it's nice that like Japan has one other thing. I forgot what it was called. They have a thing strictly for art. A couple things actually. Come to think of it, they were talking about in that Ixie vid where he was saying like all the fucked up ways Twitter works. How like Twitter is just this fucking monstrosity that you have to like make sure you have enough karma with and all this crap. There's all these like hidden rules to it, like don't do more than 6 actions within an hour or your account will be considered sussy, shit like that. Fucked up stuff. But yeah, let's go, Fuzzy. Let's go. Game where a player has to climb a mountain and throw Undertale to the bottom pit while being chased by the Vatican. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Oh no, yeah. The idea seems solid for sure. It definitely seems like a solid concept for a platform. Matt Pat starts as a villain, then he becomes your friend partway through after Toby betrays him. All right, let's just get these teeth to match, and then we will consider that top shit done. It's probably gonna be one of the more elaborate ones, I hope so. Alright, let's just get some more. Let's get some more black stuff in here. Nothing like a good. Yeah, I kind of got it as well. In a minute. Maybe get a little bit of food. Yeah, YouTube does still do its job as much as people are not happy with like the way it works now. It does still do its job as a way to generate quality discussion if you have the patience for it. Which is nice, at least. It's definitely a lot like harder than it used to be, but it can still be used. But yeah, I don't know in general. I honestly don't know. I mean, this is definitely something people have seen coming for a while, as far as like the internet getting like harder, you know, harder and harder to use. I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, it's just an attack thing. It's just supposed to be like, you know, like in Umineko, the effect where the teeth close. It's just supposed to be like that. It's specifically the enemy one. Enemies, instead of having actual proper attack animations, they have a single simpler type attack animation that corresponds one for each type. I honestly got a little carried away doing stupid crap with this one. Let's wrap this guy up in a minute. But yeah, it's basically just the top and the bottom are going to converge, and that'll be that. It's not going to be like a true animation. It's like a pseudo animation. Find a good blog post and shield them. Yeah, I agree. Chris. Well, that is one of the nice things about Discord, is that stuff, and Discord likes, you know, chat shit, is that you can, you know, you can more easily generate higher quality discussion and stuff, and spread things to people's attention. The only issue, obviously, is of course that the you know, there's no like wider visibility to it, but yeah, like the bite in Gen 2, exactly. There used to be YouTube clips of normal people not yeah, exactly. Basic features like oh, that's right. I forgot that there used to be PMs. I totally forgot. But yeah, it's funny because they're yeah, it's so funny because it's easy to forget now, but there was a time when YouTube was like, YouTube just felt like a personal, I mean, It's literally where the name came from, obviously. Because there were the content creators. There was your Lisa Nova and all that shit. The people who actually did the whole YouTube celebrity game. But first and foremost, it was just people uploading their stupid videos and stuff. Like any sort of, like any social media platform. But nowadays, you need the whole content creator, like, fucking shtick. If you want any sort of visibility or whatever. I don't know if I agree with this. I think I like this idea better. I think we're just going to kill this off. Yeah, that's funny, Elno. That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, if I was in uni, I would probably be the same way for me. I mean, nowadays I feel more people I know on like Discord and shit feels a lot more relevant than what I'm trying to say is it feels like the easiest way to locate people who are going to be relevant to. I wonder if I just went too complex with this part. I wonder if this shit should just be... it's not like a lot I can do. Let's kill this. Simplify this. Let's kill that. The only problem is that this creates like too much shadow expectations on the other side. I feel like this is probably barking up the wrong tree with this. Yeah, it's just too much. It's too. It ends up looking too dramatic. At the same time, I think we just need to take this and simplify it a little bit. What's nice is I have the glow effect in the game, so I can kind of cheese these things with the glow effect, because they always look nicer in the glow effect, doesn't it? It's like UFO table on a bad day. Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'll know. Yeah. I'll see what I find on Twitter. At the moment, I mostly use Twitter to just kind of see what the indie dev like the whole like indie dev scene is up to. That's, well, other than obviously keeping up with artists and stuff, that's usually just a given. But yeah, I mainly use it to see what the indie dev scene is doing, and it's not looking too hot right now. Definitely not looking too hot. A lot of people struggling to finish projects, releasing and not seeing good sales and stuff. And there's a lot of reasons for that. There are a lot of reasons for that. Part of it is because the indie dev stuff is kind of like imploding on its head. Everyone wants to do 3D projects that they can't finish or even get that far in at all. Shit like that. Yeah, looking at doll photography. Base. That is a good use of it. Alright, this looks fun. Yeah, it's so true, Charles. Indie is like some kind of poison label that curses whoever. It's very true. That's why I like... not... Like, I use it because I want to be in that pool, but I like otaku as a keyword a lot more than indie. An Orcastle Steam Arvo, yeah. We actually have ideas for ways we could make that interesting. For sure. Sort of my left. Anytime I'm working on a big 3D game, I'm like, oh no, exactly, yeah. Exactly. It's like, I'm not gonna name names, but like, bro, I'm sorry, you're not gonna make one of Square Enix's big games by yourself, even downsizing it something fierce. You're just not gonna do it, especially if you're working a full-time job or something. Like, because this is what people don't understand about game dev. Dredge, I've actually never heard of that. This is what people don't understand about game dev a lot of the time. It's like, you think about it, it's like, oh, I need 2 hours to make an asset. Okay, therefore in a day of working 12 hours, I can crank out like 6 assets. And it's like, okay, have you... I thought this was 2D. I see. Yeah, this is the type of, if you're going to do a 3D indie game, it's going to have to be something like this. It's going to have to be a simplified graphic style. This was probably a team, I would imagine. Definitely not a solo effort. It's going to have to be something more scoped like that. Those are the only projects you'll see actually get done. You can't, like, make Zelda yourself. Oh, that's pretty funny. Plus fishing stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. That's smart. That is smart. But it's like, oh, okay, sweet. So I can crank out a bunch of assets, but it's like, okay, but now what about all the assets that are more time consuming? What about like design work? What about like, areas that you might be less skilled at? Stuff like that. Like, people really do not... You need to have... Like, if you're trying to make a game, you need to have a calculator on hand. And you need to regularly be acting like your split personality is like a producer. that's like on your ass, you know, telling you how much time you have to spend on a thing, and shit like that. Like, for example, the fact that I spend a little bit more time on this one than I wanted to, the next one's absolutely going to be, I'm going to ensure the next one is simple. You have to be thinking like that, or you're just not gonna happen. Mangaka tend to use reference more than any other type of artist because they're trying to move so fast and because they have less. Mangaka have unless it's a mangaka who is known for his or her art being always pristine, they have the lowest quality responsibility out of any job, out of any art job, and they have probably the single highest efficiency requirements, other than animators in certain situations. So I would say a lot. I would say often. I would say mangaka often make use of pose reference. I would say it's probably rare to find a mangaka that doesn't have one of those like free book of poses at the ready at all times and stuff like that. Because it's like you need the snappiness. Yes, and they even have assistants usually. So sometimes they can have like 5 freaking assistants. So that should definitely tell you something. Eva Mashiro put out a vid recently that recommended a pretty cool book with pose, a pretty cool pose book. Wait for the stupid commercial shit to end. Oh, it's probably in the description. Okay, I guess it's not. Here it is. Kyara Pose Zukan. I'll type that in chat. Yeah, I actually am interested in animating outside of games, and yeah, I had it at one point, Will, and then I fucked something up, and now I don't have it. Oh shit. Yeah, some do. Like Saito loves his posable figure. I think it's tradition. It's actually tradition from TV. From Japanese variety show TV. That's where that style of subtitling comes from. It's honestly like it's always like I find it does its job well. Like it always catches my attention. It makes watching the video easier. Maybe because I'm just literally Japanese now, I don't know. Yeah, some of them use the Clip Studio. That's true, 87. Some of them use the Clip Studio 3D models as well. Even really, really good people will do it just to make, because anything that's a speed up, like it doesn't matter how good you are, if something's a speed up, if something makes your job faster, you're probably gonna use it. Those take a little bit of finesse because they will look very bad if you stick too close to them. Like, you have to know how to intelligently mix them up and change them and stuff. But if you know how to use them well, you can definitely speed things up a lot. Oh, Fuzzy, if you're talking about something like, yeah, like a straight on type thing, typically what you're gonna get is mangaka. If it's just something like character sitting at a table and you just see like them like this, and it's like a straight on, typically what you're gonna see is the mangaka coldied the shit out of this type of thing. So it's literally the artist Rafea, he just compares it to like writing kanji. Like, you can just whip out, you can just whip out the thing in 2 seconds. It's raw muscle memory. It's just like boom, boom, boom. Obviously not like that. But, do you remember the episode in Watamote where she has to do the art assignment and she skipped it, so she gets paired with the other guy who skipped it, who's like this fat otaku dude who's training to be a mangaka, and he finishes his drawing that's like supposed to be of her in like 2 seconds flat. And you find out afterwards, he said it's like, oh, I just drew the generic face that I can whip out extremely fast. That's all mangaka have that. All mangaka have like defaults that they've just coldied to death. Okay, so you've seen it, yeah. So you might remember that episode. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true to life. All mangaka have straight-ons that they've basic head poses and stuff that they've just turned into as comfortable as writing kanji for them. Some body poses as well. Yeah, I feel you, man. Well, that's the nice thing about doing short stuff is you don't have to worry about, you're not on a deadline, at least, so. I feel like making manga stuff is really fun when you have all the time you want to spend on it. I think it's also fun to try to do it in a rush. Lately I was, like, my last little practice with it, I did in like a rush, and that was fun. That was fun for its own right. It's not fun if you get stuck when you're in a rush, but let me hear what Gag is playing. Oh, this is when they're sitting at, when they're all eating at the table, and then they don't know how to eat the way to eat the friggin' platter thing. Oh yeah. This so Taisei Riron shit. Hold up, we can shortcut this. Gonna have to improvise it. I'm sure you'll get it. Question is, how much asymmetry should we go for here as well? No, not too much. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Alright, this one will be done in probably about 5-10 minutes. Next one's gonna be quick as fuck. It's mad funny is I forgot a new volume came out. I haven't read it yet. I'm gonna have to make some time for that. I read Goaty volumes so slowly. So when a volume comes out, for me it's it's pretty much like an all day activity. Like I normally would read manga volumes in like anywhere between 2 hours and 4 hours typically. Goaty volumes I read in like 9. But yeah, yeah, I don't know if you've kept up with where the manga went now, but it's funny because like I don't consider myself a loli cone. It's like Aogami Pearson Index says. I just also like lolis. But usually when a character is a loli and has loli appeal, I will sometimes get upset when they get made to grow up. But I gotta say, at this point, I think I've come to prefer the grown-up design of Meg and Mayu more than their little versions. Konoha stats are the same thing. Yeah, I feel you from Yes, Fuzzy, the name as they call it. I don't know where that term comes from, but the manga name. Like Nemu. I have no idea why it's called that. But it basically means manga storyboards. No, that's too much. No, it needs something. This area needs something. Not sure what though. What the hell is this? What is that? Oh, I see what it's doing. No, that's too much. That's too much. Needs some kind of line though. I'm not sure what. Okay, maybe if we do that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Let's wrap this guy up. Oh shit, I gotta save the file. Never. Night. We'll call this enemy beast. Tick. Okay, looking at this on the other monitor, I don't like the balancing of some of this. I don't like. What we need is. I'm trying to think. Maybe to pull that in. Possibly even pull that in. Yeah. Yeah. Yo. I need to drink some water. I used to a long time ago listen to drama CDs, but for a long time I haven't lately. I used to a lot though, especially in like my early days of learning JP. I just usually forget about them. Well, it's not that I forget about them. It's just that lately I've had other things I'm prioritizing listening to. Namely, voice collections ripped from VNs, so I can really get like specific characters' way of speaking down. Or lately, I've had some ebooks on loop. I've been listening to Maho Iku on loop, which has been fun. But yeah, I used to a lot. I would listen to amateur ones too. I just ripped them. I just ripped them with the data ripper, data extractor. Oh yeah. How's it going, Hannah? Nothing too exciting this stream. We're just making these like little simple attack things. But yeah, the amateurs way back. I don't know if they still do it, but it used to be a thing that there was this like amateur voice drama group that would, or a couple of them or whatever, that would make their own web voice dramas inspired by like Vocaloid songs and shit. And I listened to quite a few of them a lot. Like way back, many years ago. I wonder if they still exist. Base, let's go. Let's go. trying to remember. Like one of them was the Boongok Shonen. I honestly can't remember the full name of the song. That one was fun. What was the other one? Under the Blue. That one was fun. It was fun too because the actors were amateur, but they were still like pretty good. But they weren't like proper seiyus, so you could hear the parts where they're like struggling with the acting. And I don't know who the writers were too, but like they weren't poorly written, but they weren't like particularly well written either. So that was like fun. I don't know what drew me to them so much. Like, I think it was just interesting for me at the time because when you're not used to, when like all you know of Japan is just like media and stuff and like translated media and stuff, like it's really exciting to see what like just normal people are doing. And like in 2014 I was really into, I sort of consider that the last true year, the last like year of like true Nico culture, like Nico Doga culture. So it was just like fun to see what like ordinary people were doing. And I think that was the main thing that made those amateur drama CDs appealing. There's this one like garage as fuck band that I learned about from one of them, and I actually really like them. I forget what they were called. Oh, Earthville Jam. Earthville Jam. I like them a lot. Just some like garage ass Japanese band. Probably don't do anything anymore. The dude had this like kind of amateur, the lead singer had this kind of like amateur sort of like tremolo effect, if I remember, that he would put on his voice. I just loved it. I loved the way it like was kind of out of tune and shit. Aerogate GKO. Yeah, those are good. I will put those on sometimes. They're kind of like a nice like compromise between like an audiobook and just like a normal GKO. Favorite JP bands? It's honestly a good question. It's not a band, but You Know Me is definitely my favorite composer. As far as like, I usually listen to digital music producers. I don't know if I have any strong actual band opinions, to be perfectly honest. Because I'm almost always listening to like more EDM type stuff. Even for a story where it looks like ass. Let's keep going, bro. I know you got it in you. Just refine it. Coldy the weakness. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so like I end up listening to like a lot of the big like EDM guys, like Yeah, like Camellia, you know me. You is a much lesser known one. He literally just goes by you. He's a much lesser known one that I really, really like. As far as singers, obviously Nanahira I love because, Camellia uses her all the time and stuff. I don't know if I have like a favorite singer right now though, or anything. It's actually been a while since I've thought that hard about music. In terms of like hunted for new stuff and stuff. I feel like I've been kind of... I really like Genkiha, the composer, as well. I'd almost like to see if I could get him to do something for the game. If if I could get a hold of him. Like if I could get him to do like a credit song or something, that would be fucking cool. That would be fucking cool. I keep thinking about maybe who I could get. Yeah, I really like him a lot. He has a couple associated dudes. Like this dude fucking slaps. He's one of Genkiha's. Oh, shut up. He's one of Genkiha's boys. It might be a girl, I don't know. Oh, now accepting commissions. Let's fucking go. We just gotta get some Oda funds. So yeah, Kwatibire. Really fucking good composer. Very similar style to Genkiha. Fuzzy, I'm loving it. I'm loving the storyboard. I can see it. Just give it the time and it's gonna be good. I unironically can clearly see what you're intending to do, so yeah, no, genuinely, I can actually see the composition feels good. It's just a matter of getting the actual detail of the execution. Just trust the plan. If you don't know how to do something, just let it sit. Just let it sit a minute, let it sit to the next day, whatever, Yeah, no, I'm not capping. Otaku Music Mosaic.wav. What is this again? This rings a bell. I honestly don't remember what this is. Oh, yeah. Yes. I remember them. Yes. I know the vocalist. I remember the she goes by Miko. I can't remember. No actual specific songs are coming out. I'll after the stream, I'll give all their stuff a listen again. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Jam Project, of course, is... Yes, and under 17 as well, for sure. I like Asian Kung Fu a lot, as well. Bochi reminded me how much I like them. Because, all the Bochi characters are named after the band. And, at the end, the cover, the Bochi cover... with Hitori in character saying, I actually don't know her say his name. Sorry for the Koei Butas, but I do not know Hitori Seiyu. But she sung the one Asian Kung Fu song at the end of the season. It was such a good cover. It was better than the original. It was better than the actual song. the cover. That was so good, and it reminded me how much I like their songs. I don't love their songs, but I like them a lot. And that cover slapped hard. I don't remember the name of the song. Opinion on AI art. I think it's bottlenecked. I don't think it has a future. And it's just a really fast way of splicing together existing images, and the less it leans on one single image as its base, the worse it's going to look. But the more it leans on one single image as its base, the more it's just literally a plagiarized image. I just don't see any future. I don't see any use for it, and I don't see any... No, there are some uses for it in that it's not a bad, like, brainstormer. Looking up art reference can be very time-consuming and shit, like, for if you're just trying to brainstorm ideas. Even flipping through your own design folder can sometimes be time-consuming. AI can sometimes help you speed that up a little bit. That's pretty much the only... And sometimes it will do a weird idea that like a human would just never come up with that can also be inspiring. Which is actually why I liked it better when it was shittier. Because it would do that more often. Otherwise, yeah, I see no future. It's just spliced. It's just the shit. Yeah, it always looks and everyone has an eye for it now. Everyone can tell. Like everyone just instinctually knows they're seeing AI art now. The hell was I gonna say?
Oh my god, don't let me respond to these comments. I'm gonna shut the fuck out.
Is it legally theft? It's not legally theft because you can get away with anything in art. Plagiarism rules are so lax that if someone just did like this to this image, like if someone literally did no, let's do this. If someone did this to the image and then went like that on top of it, in a court of like law, this would not, they could use this and they would probably not get in trouble in a law anywhere in the world. That's how lax plagiarism laws are. So from that perspective, AI art is probably transformative enough that it would pass as a legal thing, but as a actual like literal, as like a literal actual thing, it is literally just, it is no different than when you would get like South Americans. I'm not picking on South America. I have a lot of South American friends. When you get South Americans who would be like, oh, I'm gonna make a killing on Patreon because I just take Ishike's art and I'm just good enough at art that I can like change this character to like a Nintendo character, and now I'm gonna make a killing on Patreon because I'm just literally drawing over Ishike's art. That's what AI shit is. It's literally that. And if you know an artist really well, like for example, I know almost everything Sunako has ever drawn that's at least publicly available. Whenever I've seen an AI try to spit out Sunako art style, I literally can name the exact images it's pulling from and the exact ones it's copy pasting. It's literally when you get the South Americans redrawing shit for their Patreon buckies. It's literally like, it can't be stressed enough just how much it's literally splicing. It has no mind. It's just splicing. So yeah, I don't think people quite realize that enough, but most people kind of do at this point. Yo, oi, bada. How we doing, man? I'm seeing some good work from you. Is it evil? It just depends on how. It just depends on like what people are doing with it. I mean, as far as like, is a thing that shits out probability evil? Obviously not. It's just a fucking, you know, it's just a whatever. But if you're doing scummy shit with it, then yeah, I definitely like wouldn't want to be friendly to someone who's like using it for nefarious purposes. But it doesn't like offend me on a spiritual level. It's just an inevitability. It's not even like people, it's not even like if someone like, let's say like you take this guy who's like editing shit to make like he's making like edits of Ishike's art to like fap to or whatever because he wants to change it to a different character. That doesn't offend me at all unto itself. I think that's like fine. If you want to share that on like 4chan or something, whatever. It just gets scummy because he's making money off of it, which is just like ridiculous. Like that's not helping anything because that is not helping that guy become a better artist. That's helping that guy just continue what he's doing. He's not like, that's not like a step on his way. That's not the equivalent of like, oh, doujins are technically illegal because you're working off of an existing IP. The difference between working on like a doujin and literally just plagiarizing a dude and making money is that one is a actual natural stepping stone to becoming an actual professional. One, you're doing the thing that eventually makes you professional. The other one, you're not. You're literally bypassing the actual, and that's not to say that like you can't learn a thing or two by editing art, but it's by no means like a thing you should get used to actually, you know, living off of or anything. That's not a sustainable way of making a living or anything in terms of like carving out a legitimate career or anything. And you're gonna cap how much better you're getting at a certain point anyway, if you don't like get off that shit. So that's why I don't support that. And AI art is just that happening really, really fast, basically. Yeah, training data is cooked. It literally yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I was saying I liked it better when it was shittier because it was just weirder and it would just actually produce ideas that like are bizarre and kind of inspiring because it was worse. Whereas like now it's like it looks so similar to individual existing stuff. Like usually when it shits out something that's good looking, it's because there was an exact illustration that looks extremely similar that already exists. But yeah. Oh no, yeah, Fumo. No one's. I don't see anyone replacing anything with AI. I just don't see it happening. Bada was frying me. That's alright. It's not a bad thing to be fried by Bada. That's fine. Exactly. Yeah, first gen was Kino. First gen AI was Kino. Yeah, exactly, Bada. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, but yeah, I don't see it replacing anything. I think it's kind of like, I think some people will kind of sneakily use it in the shadows to speed things up sometimes, the way people will sometimes like kind of sneakily use photos sometimes to kind of sneak a speed up sometimes. There's also more legitimate ways to use photos because photos can actually be controlled. Unlike AI is literally a slot machine. You just spin the slot and you see what the hell it shits out. Whereas a photo is actually controllable. If you're the one taking it. But yeah, at any rate, I don't really see a future in the whole thing. They're gonna have to the current AI, because I mean that's what everyone was confused about. Everyone was like, so, oh my god, look at how blazing fast the AI shit is moving. But like that was not my thought about it when I saw it. Like, I looked into the machine learning algorithm shit because I considered it as like a career path, like 2016. I thought I thought we were gonna have what we have now in like 2018. I was actually surprised it took this long. Because it's literally just simple probability shit that's powering this crap. And the thing about that stuff is it has a bottleneck. Because it's not actually thinking. It's just... Like, even when you talk to Chat GPT, like, it's not like it's thinking. It has a complex set of probability, algorithms or whatever you want to call them. That decide the thing that is most likely what you want to see based on the words you put in. Meaning it's not doing any actual thinking. It's still just probability at the end of the day. JB kind of... John Blow, he kind of worded this well at one point. And yeah, so because of that, it's bottlenecked. It's very useful for certain things. Like, GPT is really good for a number of things. One of them being that, like, when I first started outputting in Japanese, GPT just went public, and I used it to, like, essentially speedrun a lot of grammar learning and stuff. Because it gave rapid basic feedback that a native just doesn't have time for. So it's super good for shit like that and stuff. There are uses for it. Absolutely.
The art thing is just dog shit though. It's just a LARP tool. It's a way to give yourself like a dream that you can like do something with art without actually doing it.
Yeah.
No creators have any use for this shit. Like there will never be like a situation where
there's never gonna be a good creator with a use for it. Yeah.
No, like not at all. Like,
exactly.
If someone like if you're like leading a project, if you're like an animation director or something, or one of like the top level guys, and someone hands you some fucking AI shit, it's absolute junk that will never have a spot or a use ever.
What's funny, Bobby, is actually with the video game texture stuff, if someone made a AI that was sure it was just sampling from royalty free stuff, then I could see that working. The problem with it generating textures now is that, from what I understand, because of the whole problem where it spits out something too similar to an existing thing, they declared it like that's like a weird case where they literally, I guess it's kind of like the sound. It's a similar situation to sound shit, where like, oh, technically it's illegal to sample shit under a lot of conditions, but a lot of time people get away with it because it's transformed enough they can't even tell what they sampled it. But in some cases, you could spin the texture rule at, and it could like obviously be a copyrighted texture, and you wouldn't know it. And that was like the main thing that prevented people from using it for that. But if someone did make sure it was just pulling from like copyright free shit, then it could definitely have a future with there could definitely be a future for it with texturing stuff. I don't know the progress on that. For all I know, that's already happened. I'm not sure.
Textures for like games or something?
Yeah, textures for games, because those are always just literally sampled from photos and shit anyway to begin with. So.
Well, that's a good use for it.
Yeah, I mean, 3D is so like that's the thing. Like 3D and AI are like to me that seems like the future of AI. Because like I could see AI that like I could see AI optimization tools for 3D going quite far.
For anime, that would mean like backgrounds, that'd be like the relevant stuff.
Probably not even so much because it's like you don't even need optimization. When background artists are really fast with the 3D, exactly. they're like lightning. They wouldn't need it. The AI would just slow them down at that point.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't even have a SWAT in it. As far as like game 3D.
But yeah, with game 3D, I could.
It's just on its last legs.
Yeah, I mean games are kind of cooked as it is, but I could definitely see it speeding up 3D. I'm actually surprised it hasn't yet.
I mean, it's 3D is already like
has
an auto-generated.
Well, that's what I was just about to say. The
vibe to it.
3D is already a close relative of AI because it's literally algorithmically produced art, and AI is
we were talking about backgrounds, obviously.
Right. But yeah, so I don't know. Anyway, that's my thought about it. I think it has a future in 3D. I don't think it has a future in 2D. Unless someone can actually make an AI that's not just a probability machine, like it actually thinks like a human. At which point we'd have bigger things. I think JB said this. At which point we'd have bigger things to worry about than it drawing. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong friggin' line. The hell am I doing? Oh, whatever, let's just leave it like that for now.
Yes, exactly. It's basically a live client then.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pseudo intelligence. It's not the vision of the smart AI yet. It just seemed like that for a sec. Like it passed the whatever it was called, the Turing test or whatever, for our standards for a split second, and then it immediately did not. So that's the problem. I'm trying to think what to put on audio wise. Alright, let's put on this is a Kino album. Or mini album, whatever you want to call it. Oh, these fucking commercials. Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's not smart AI, like true AI was traditionally conceived as a thing that can actually think. And we're definitely not there. Because that's why, like, I was a little bit disappointed back in 2016 when I looked into the machine learning stuff. Well, that's why I find it strange that everyone stopped using the term machine learning and started using the term AI, because machine learning made a lot more sense, because it's like at some point they realized the term machine learning was like less marketable than AI.
I mean, boomers think it's actual.
Yes, boomers can't tell the difference because boomers are boomers are cooked.
Not to pile on.
Yeah, not to pile on boomers, but boomers are a bit cooked. They can't really tell the difference. But yeah, anyone else kind of can. So, because like when I looked into machine learning, I thought it was super cool, but it was a little bit disappointing to be like, oh, it's just a probability machine. It's one of the main reasons I kind of instantly lost interest, because I was like, okay, I see the end game of this, and I'm not sure I care that much. Like, I think what Chat GPT does, again, I still think that's really cool. I do think it's cool just how complex the whole probability thing got taken. And it's even straight up useful at times. But yeah, that's basically. It's definitely like there's a hard limit to it at the moment. All tech jobs will be replaced by AI. Yeah, I don't know. I remember Kaze Emanuor said he'd rather have GPT as an assistant than an amateur coding assistant. But he'd much rather have an experienced coder than GPT. So it's like power level wise, it's like, yeah, it's like better than amateur, but worse than like professional, experienced professional, I guess. But the thing is that so many of these tech jobs are not even like motivated by efficiency in the first place. I mean, think about how many jobs exist in the world where people are not hired to do a good job. They're hired just to be hired. I feel like a lot of tech jobs are going to go the way of that. Well, I say going to, but they already have. I mean, think about how much like GAFA staff doesn't actually work or doesn't actually do anything. They're just there to fill up. Now, we're getting all these layoffs now, but for a while, there was so much staff that wasn't there to actually, be useful. Fuck. I really gotta get the U-block shit because I'm sick of these commercials. Let's go back to Yug because it's all in one video. I feel like there was a point where GPT started to get dumber. Yeah, no, you're 100% right about that. It's weird because it goes in cycles. Like, it gets better at some things and then it gets like worse at other things. Because I've been kind of a regular user of it. Because it does like it helps me with some things. Like, for example, if I'm just typing a sentence, usually in Japanese, I'll sometimes throw in the sentence and say like, oh, give me feedback on the sentence, like maybe give me alternative ways to say this, give me suggestions, and sometimes I'll like cherry pick a few things from its answer. And I've seen it go in weird cycles where like sometimes it gets better at certain things, sometimes it gets worse at other things. My mouth is all fucked up. The gesture of the mouth is all skewed. We gotta take this thing and we gotta... Yeah, it gets weird. It does not linearly get better is the point. It absolutely does not get linearly better. This mid piece is still sussy, honestly. Let me just see what happens there. Yeah, like that's definitely better. Just even moving it up like that. Yeah. Remember when Elon gutted the Twitter staff and everyone said this, the website would go? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Meanwhile, anyone who is aware of what that staff was like actually doing. Like, it's like actually insane how much they literally just don't do work. They do not do work. It is as simple as that. They do not do work. And when they do work, it's not necessarily work that should be done. All right, this is looking a lot better. Alright, I think we're just about done with this one. I need to do something to the tongue now. It looks a little sussy. Oh shit, what the fuck am I? Do that. And I feel like I went too far with making this one look decent. Like, not that I want these to look shitty or anything. I just don't want them to be too elaborate. Well, it's fine. Whatever. It is fine.
I think one of the things that people need to understand about the AI art thing though is that it's not like a road to quality. You know? I think you'll have a.
Honestly, I feel like everyone just agreed upon that eventually, just automatically.
I see the idea come up like where people treat it like it's like, oh, this is like a way for me to produce like a good product.
Oh, you mean actual like people who are trying to learn? Yeah. Well, that's what's kind of funny. Like in the bigger public, like everyone except like certain types of Kumers and certain types of like really unscrupulous artists who are actually really good but still use it anyway to like speed shit up. To make more money or whatever. Like everyone except those two demographics pretty much stopped caring about it. But yeah, you definitely will get some learners who think it.
It's learners and Kumers. They're the ones.
Yeah, learners and Kumers. Yeah. Well, honestly, it's not really different than like when a learner thinks that like 3D, that like, you know.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like a 3D model is gonna make them. Oh, if I just trace a 3D model,
it's 100% the same
a shortcut. Yeah. The learners will just always be looking for big shortcuts. It's kind of just inevitable. It's just part of being. You know, no one wants to hear 20,000 hours.
Yeah. I mean, the big problem I have is that I just do not want to go on eHentai and have like the fucking pages like shitted up with like 20,000 fucking.
I can't even believe they
AI or things.
I can't believe they even laid that shit on there, because even like Pixiv did a really good job of quarantining it. Like.
Well, they have done something at least. I think there might be a way to like turn it off, or filter your shit. Uniquely, I just haven't done it because I can't be bothered with that shit. But they do list it though. It's like clearly so it says like AI.
Oh yeah, well there's at least that. Yeah, you'd have to just blacklist it. But yeah, it's fucking retarded that it's even on there.
It's just such a fucking eyesore. It really is.
I mean, they put ridiculous shit on that site all the time. So. Did I ever play Mario RPG? Yes, it's one of my absolute favorites. The game I am making right now is actually going to take a lot of influence from it. It is super snappy. I love how snappy it is as a game. It never bores you with anything. I mean, some people might get bored, but like for me, it's just like, I mean, as with like all the good Mario games, I always wish they were actually longer. But regardless, Mario RPG has such a good flow to it. It's just like an absolute favorite. I love everything about it. there's not one aspect of that game I dislike. Or there's not one aspect of that game I don't love. Rather. Yeah, in what I'm making now, the entire like field moving aesthetic is very gonna be very directly inspired by Mario RPG and shit. There will even be like little like light platform-esque stuff. Like imagine Mario RPG, but if it was like Zelda. It's probably the best visualizer I can give you. Nothing too much. Nothing. Just enough to add some intrigue. But yeah, that game was a huge. That and of course, you know, everyone loves Pepamari too. You know, Thousand Year Door, aka Pepamari RPG. Obviously, that game is just. If you ask me, what's the best video game ever made? Like as a game, like not. Like just as a whole, like not like. Don't sweat the details. I would say. Pepamari 2, in an instant. It's got like a gat. It looks like an ass. His tongue. I don't know. What do you think? These things aren't supposed to look that good. Let's call it a day.
This will work well. Yeah.
All right, sweet.
Yeah, no, this looks good.
I think I need to change the color though. Was your favorite until P5R? Yeah. It's I feel like it's a lot of people's favorite. Yeah. The remake of Mario RPG or the remake of Pepamari. I'd like to play both at some point. They fucking they put 4 bosses in Pepamari. I was like pumped, and like the Prince Mash fight is in there, or Mush or whatever. I always felt like that was like supposed to be in the original game. It felt like seeing restored cut content. I was like, I unironically was like, if you can't tell, Mario is like the only it's the only series I get like that excited about when something cool happens in video games these days. But yeah, I was just fucking pumped to see that. Like, there's some things I don't like about that remake that I seen, but like, looked like a very solid remaster remake type thing. I listened to the whole soundtrack, and the soundtrack, some of the tracks are a little controversial, but I was really happy with the remade soundtrack. I thought it went hard as fuck. I'm super pumped to actually like play that through. And that means a lot because I usually don't get excited at video games anymore. Yeah, probably what exactly it was a cut boss, probably, yeah. New Mario Party. That is some sick lore. So the whole time it was Rosalina creating Star Roads. That's actually exciting. That's unironically exciting new Mario lore. Oh, interesting. I'll have to listen to that one too. Origami King looked interesting enough out of the like, you know, bad Pepamaris. It definitely looked like something I would enjoy at least one playthrough of. And yeah, if the soundtrack's good, that's good. You have to super guard to break his stance. Oh, that's mad cool, yeah. It's really cool to see the game actually acknowledge super guard instead of just being like that mechanic that feels like you're not really supposed to do, but it's just there to like add depth if you like really want it. I think that's really freaking cool. It's weird too, because that whole thing was just very uncharacteristic of what we have known Nintendo to be doing these days, because it's like they don't like putting like truly difficult shit in games. I mean, I know like Mario Galaxy 2 had the final star, and Mario 3D World had the final star. Is like kind of difficult, whatever, but like with exception of that kind of crap, and part of it feels like those only even happened in the first place because like those games were like so kind of like lazily made, like they're just reusing content and shit, and they're just like made in like kind of like a rush, almost feels like. So it feels like almost like devs like slipping in something interesting, and having it be pushed like so far back in the game that it's like not gonna get like checked by like the people who don't let you do interesting stuff in games, moderators. But yeah, that whole remake just felt very uncharacteristic in that regard. It felt like people who genuinely liked the game making an official quality mod at many points. That's what it looked like to me. I don't know. I'm excited to play it anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 No, they. You can't tell me they want the mandates, the creative mandates put on them. You can't tell me they don't want to make another Pepamari RPG. Like they definitely do. But yeah, so because even like a exactly, Chris. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. That is exactly how I feel. I would even be really happy with another like Super Pepamari. I actually love Super Pepamari, despite people criticizing it for fairly valid things. I actually think it I went back to it, and it really does hold up as a good fucking game. It really does. There's a lot of like fast ones in it, some corner cutting, some undercooked stuff, but I think it really holds up. Yeah, rip Alpha Dream. Fucked up. As a zoomer, something like Mario 64's memory, because I couldn't be exactly. Like, that was kind of like an important part of games that like kids need help to beat them and stuff. It made them just so much more interesting, it has so much more flavor that way. All right, well, we're gonna call this one done. Oh, I gotta actually make it move. Yeah, the story goes hard, and just the general feel of the world, despite like the minimalistic aesthetic, I think is just so good. The music goes hard. It's funny. The localization sucks ass, and it murdered Chapter 3, which was supposed to be like an otaku parody, and it turned it into like a generic like gamer thing, and it doesn't even fit. Definitely play the Japanese if you haven't. Yes, exactly. That was a lot for a 12-year-old to take in. Yes, I did play through the entire DS remake, and I did enjoy it. I like a lot of the content they added. It definitely captures that, like, it's like a soy meme now, but like that every copy is personalized aesthetic. Like the added content felt genuinely like something you could almost. Oh, is that a Yayashinan one?
It looked like
yeah. It looked like a lot of it felt like content that could have been there, basically is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So I like that remake a lot. The bad thing about obviously the DS remake is that Mario and the other characters control like fucking shit compared to the original, which is like one of the best, you know, it's like one of the best mechanics of any game. The problem with Mario 64, yeah, is that like the actual levels, like the intended challenges don't hold up for a modern audience because let's fucking go, Fuzzy. Let's go. They don't hold up because they were designed for a player base that was not yet used to 3D controls. But the speedrunning is sick, at least. The speedrunning injects a lot of life back into the game, honestly. Until you do too much of it. But I guess that's like anything.
It's not true.
What? What's not true?
What you just said. If you're doing some pointless garbage activity...
No, I'm like, that's like any game. There's no game that you can...
Yeah, we'll specify if it's a game that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, good activities, obviously. It's not like art.
Substantial activities reward you the more you get.
Yes,
yes,
but games... But games do wear themselves thin after a while. Yeah. Not the artistic aspects. Like, I can pop in Mario Sunshine or Mario 64, especially Mario Sunshine, any day, and I will never get bored of how good the art is, and how well thought out the compositions are and stuff. I'll just never get bored of that. It's just too good. It will always hold. So there's that as well. All right. We got to get the timeline now, and we're just gonna make it clench. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it so that the animation like shakes for a sec, and then it instantly. Nah, that's probably too ambitious. I think it should just. I'll figure it out later. I'll make its mouth closed for now, and then I'll figure out how I want to actually go about that another time. Versus. Base, let's go. Not a gamer, but Mario 64. Yeah, Mario 64, I feel like it's one of those things that anyone can... I feel like Mario 64 at this point is like, it has a life of its own. It's like a, it's like an urban legend or something. I don't even know. Yes, a remake of Super Peppa Mario into a proper RPG would be really sick. I can't see them putting in that much effort, but that would be really cool. That's actually like a fan project that would actually be potentially doable as a fan. Well, you would need good... Nah, it's nah. Make a version of Super Peppa Mario that's basically like Peppa Mario 2ify Super Peppa Mario.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, even that is kind of too... I feel like that's too much for fan communities. I don't think there's enough good people running around to do that, but... Yeah, Bobby, for sure. Like a really high quality Mario 64 remake with like DS content in it and stuff. That would be really cool. Yeah, that is a good... Well, ideally, you would expand on the whole... You would kind of just like reimagine a lot of things. Like maybe instead of the pixel things or whatever, the little party member helpers... maybe you just rewrite every chapter to have like new partners or something. You'd have to get a little bit creative, a little bit liberal, a little bit creative. What the hell is going on? Definitely not Goon. Yeah, never Goon. Just think of those minions. Whenever you want to move, whenever you want to goon, just think of the minions. Never goon. Yeah, it would be interesting. It would be fun too, because you could like, because some of the Super Pepimari chapters are a little bit plot thin compared to Pepimari 2. And you could potentially expand upon that and stuff. I don't know. That'd be a lot of freaking work, but it'd be cool as fuck. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you could get it. You could get it to work too, with just like a Mario, Peach, Bowser, Luigi type thing, for sure as well. But yeah, if I'm often very envious of Kaze Emanuel. Because a lot of the time I like wish I was just like making fucking Mario shit. But like I said, there's a lot of Mario influence in what I'm making. So that like, that satisfies me as far as like the Mario itch. Just having a lot of like Mario influence makes it it satisfies that enough. But sometimes you wish you were actually doing you were actually making Mario himself. Oh shit, what am I doing? Yeah, exactly. It is very solid story composition for sure. They're all so satisfying. Chapter 3 and 4 I think are my favorites, but they're all just so good. And yeah, they all just like hold up. They're all just so good. The one thing I don't like is the very end with the whole cliche, everyone join together for the big Genki Dama energy, but that's just like every RPG ever. That's like one of those tropes I just don't like. I just can never get behind that. But it doesn't matter because everything else is just so Kino, and the end is so Kino anyway. Like the whole final composition and everything is just so good. The last battle's so epic and stuff. But yeah, that's like my one peeve. That's my one peeve with the game's writing is like I hate that cliche. I hate that trope at the end. But yeah, otherwise it's so good. Yeah. Yeah, chapter 3 especially was a huge. I'm sorry, Charles. I'm sorry, Fuzzy. I'm sorry, everyone who likes that trope. Yes, I agree. It's fine. It's fine. Pretend I didn't say anything. It's fine. I'm actually not familiar with it, but one day I will check it out for sure. Like I said, I always complain at the end of RPGs. It's just how I am. But yeah, forget I said that. But yeah, the whole thing, the whole like Longtown, aka like Litzville shit, that shit's just incredible. Like as far as like the sheer sense of tension and like mystery that it generates. It's just so I mean, especially if you played it as a kid. When you're not like quite as sharp to, you know, like the mystery is sort of like right at your level. It's just so good. It's so good. Yeah. It's a huge just creative inspiration. Yeah, I agree. I agree that was definitely the peak. Yes. Oh, the train is too. Yeah. Exactly. It's freaking. It's just a heckin' spine-tingling, slow burn horror mystery Kino gem. That's just the best way to describe it. From to be perfectly honest. For similar reasons, even though a lot of people might think it's very undercooked in comparison. I love Chapter 2 of Super Pepper Mario. I absolutely love it, even though, yeah, again, some people might find it undercooked in comparison. I still absolutely love it. There's something about the way Super Pepper Mario is undercooked that makes me forgive it. And I think it's just because like what's there is so solid that it has an easy time letting your imagination go with what's undercooked. Chapter 5 in Super Pepper Mario. That, I'm not even kidding. That was like a turning point in my life. That was unironically. Let me make sure I'm getting the right chapter. Yes, chapter 5. That chapter was unironically a turning point in my life because when I got to the end of it, it was the the kids who manually grinded for the 1,000,000 rupees. That was the first time I like really consciously recognized, like truly consciously recognized the concept of like story structure as like a very tangible tension and release type thing. And the concept of like what a plot twist is other than just a surprising idea. But the concept of like a twist, a surprise that actually, you know, contributes a deep concept to the story. Yeah, for me that was huge. Right, somehow I fucked up with the symmetry on this guy. I'm getting lost. I want this side to be more similar to this. When he was just like, when he just said the shit like the fucking water, I was like, that was just like a moment for me. That was insane. I'll never forget that. Yeah, I agree, Chris. I agree a lot. For a lot of reasons. For a lot of reasons, I agree with that. Doing first commission, yeah, commissions are scary. Exactly, yeah. A lot of people do describe the exact feeling you're describing right now. For sure. I have heard exactly what you're saying before from people. Because it's like pride on the line and all that. I did like a friend commission once, like way back. And I was just like, it just ended with me being like, yeah, I don't really feel like doing this shit anymore. Just take this shit. This is all I'm doing. You're gonna have to pay me more if you want more. I think I spent a total of about like 3 or 4 hours. It was like a fun, like simulation of, you know, kind of like simulation of what an actual commission might feel like. How'd you go about where'd this client contact you? Like where was the was it from like a Twitter hustle? I don't know why this is up and down. What the fuck layer is this? I need some water, and I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Actually, let me just do some things to this guy first. Emailed. Saw the email after a month. That's fucking hilarious. I might add a little bit of sparks or something to this later, just to like make it like look more like intense or something. But for now, I'm happy. I'll probably clean up the gesture of it a little bit later too. But for now, this will be it. I think it's pretty cool. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think it's pretty cool?
Yeah.
All right, sweet. Actually, let's add a little bit of shadow. I feel like I should maybe add a little bit of like dithering back here. Maybe. Nah, it's like shit. World Muncher Deluxe. I have never heard of that. Good night, Fuzzy. Nice job working today. Believe in the compositions you set up, because I believe they're gonna be cool if you just give them the time. World Muncher Deluxe. I've never heard of this. It was a Apple game originally. Interesting. Oh, it was the Oregon Trail guys. Interesting. I've never heard about it. I do remember Oregon Trail though. I have not read any of Okada's books. I did listen to his Otaku is Dead speech back when he still had about 15% of his sanity left. I check out his YouTube sometimes now, but he's mostly gone mad. Like he's largely senile. That game up for JP would be Kino, yeah. Yes, true, Charles. I can add the VFX separately. Yes, absolutely. All right, I'm gonna get up for a sec, and I'll be back, and we're gonna do another one. It's gonna go a lot faster. I did not want to spend this much time on one, but. It's funny because a lot of people have had like good ideas for like Japanese educational games, like an actual good Japanese educational game. I feel like would make like, I feel like that's a potential like $5 million seller. It's just like no one actually takes the time to do it, but someone should. shit was funny as hell. I remember Chili Tomato Noodle said he wanted to like make a game for people learning Japanese. I always thought that was like a good idea. He never did it though. It's just too hard to, making games just a lot of shit. I realized actually slightly I didn't like fuck up, but I always forget when an attack gets cropped at the top, it needs more pixels. It actually needs more canvas space because of screen shake. So I'm just gonna expand the canvas for now as a reminder to do that later. Because like the screen shakes and it will reveal that it's cropped, which is not good. Okay, the next one is definitely going to be the we'll definitely do like the brave one because that one's going to be really easy. That's just going to be like the sword swing effect seen in like every action VN ever. I'll just pull up like Fate or something. Yeah, some of the enemies are going to be like Dragon Quest style palette swaps. Not just to save time. I honestly think that palette swaps are good. I think they're actually good game design. When things are similar in games, they generate a certain type of tension and expectations, and it's exciting. It can be more exciting to see a variant of something you're familiar with than it is to, in some context, than it is to see something totally from scratch. But anyway, that aside, including palette swaps, I think I want about like, including palette swaps and including bosses, I think I want about 25 to 30 monsters. Monsters are pretty quick to design and implement because they won't, it's like Pokemon, like both player characters and monsters pull from like the overarching attack pool of the game. It's not like making a new monster means making a bunch of new attacks. So adding new monsters to the game is going to be relatively trivial. So yeah, I'm thinking 25 to 30. Including palette swaps and including bosses. That should be enough. I might need less than that. I'm not sure yet. But that should do it, I think. Because in a single day, I could, especially with my brother's help, I could probably add... The bosses are more involved. The bosses... I already designed the bosses, of course. There's like one boss I didn't... There's one boss I didn't design yet. But... Other than that, yeah, they took me a day a piece to design. I'm a lot faster at designing now, so they'd probably take me faster. I could probably get them out in like half a day. Um, and then my brother takes care of actually spriting them and stuff. And then it's just making a death animation for them. Otherwise, if they have any unique attacks, yeah, I gotta design a unique attack for them or whatever. But well, the thing is that enemies don't have their own, unless it's like a super special attack. They don't have their own attack animations. So if I want to make up a new attack just for an enemy to have, I can easily even add it without actually animating. It's just the logic that matters. So even that is very easy. Obviously, if I want to let you also use the attack in like the battle mode, like extra battle mode or whatever, then yeah, I'm gonna have to animate it with like a proper animation. But some of the animations are also palette swaps, or it's like Pokemon. It's like Pokemon Gen 1 style where, well, I guess like all the Pokemons did this, where some attack animations are just combinations of existing animations and palette swaps. Why can't I find the... I could have sworn Fate had this like animated thing. I guess not. Could have sworn it had like animated slash effects in it. Also, where's that one Jikyo that used to exist? Oh, maybe Fate's Warden never animated. Come to think of it. Oh no, this one is. Nah, it's not. What am I thinking of? Yeah, because it's like, for the same reason, I honestly think that's more interesting. I think if every single attack, yes, it's a time saver, but at the same time, it's if I'm to make a kind of soy comparison, it's like leitmotifs in music. It just makes it more interesting. It adds flavor and dimension. It makes you compare things in a way that I think is genuinely really interesting. And it makes when things are really unique. Oh yeah, they're not animated. I forgot. It just shows a screen wipe. I remembered it as being animated. Literally, like every anime ever should have this as a reference. In fact, I think I already have some of this in my animation reference folder. Oh, I know. I even have. Yeah, I got plenty of shit. Yeah, it makes what's unique. It makes like what's fully unique more interesting. And all that. Oh, okay. Yeah, this will do. This will do. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, literally that. Yeah. Okay, I'll show you what I'm looking at in a sec. Yeah. Okay, literally just this. That's all we need, just something like that. So it's like a swing, it's a flash, and then it's a kind of like a fade out. We can do this in 2 seconds. Goki. Oh shit, I forgot about the fucking screen shake. I gotta take into account the screen shake. Yeah, take care, Bobby. Good luck with everything. I'll be on more frequently now. I'm back in my rhythm. My pre-flu rhythm. Actually even better. No she. I'm trying to think what like the right arc for this is. Like, I mean, this should be fine. Should be fine. Okay, so you get the slash appears, screen goes white. It's gonna need like some kind of color aura around it, which of course I can hit with the glow when I put it in the actual game. But yeah, next frame literally just should be oh shit, I forgot that like I'm on 30 FPS, so flashes flash so quickly they barely read as flashes. This might have to last like two frames. Well, we'll see. I'm not too worried about the timing. It can always be figured out. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think like as far as I think the whole screen can just go white because the screen shake wouldn't happen on this frame. It would happen after. The thing I'm looking at has a vignette. It has like a little bit of a vignette. It's like darkened corners on the thing. I think I should probably do that. Oh wait, no, don't do that. And then it just becomes okay, and then it just becomes a streak that fades out. Yeah, sure enough, because it's gonna fade out on this frame, I am gonna have to make it bigger. Kami no Mizushiro Sekai. I know that the dude who wrote it knows a lot about Vinny's and stuff, so he's not like bullshitting with it. I only read the first chapter and I liked it a lot. I'll properly read it at some point. And or watch it. He actually, I'm pretty sure he was the dude who wrote the actual original Dojin form of whatchamacallit, 16-bit sensation, which was actually really sick and was actually like a really legitimate like textbook. Like it basically is like a illustrated textbook of like Vienna history and stuff. And then the anime just has nothing to do with it. The anime is just some silly shit someone made up. That is not a good representation of the industry at all. So I don't know what the hell happened there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen some pages from it. It was really cool. And yeah, I definitely would like to properly read. Definitely check out the manga. The actual Dojin manga. The anime, view at your own risk. But the manga is very cool. I'm going to have to properly read the manga at some point. Yeah, I heard I heard it goes like bad shit. I might have to finish it at some point. I only did 3 eps before I felt like I was just wasting my time, so I didn't finish it. But everyone told me I have to finish it. And I was like, okay, I'll try at some point. Yeah, it's mad interesting. I was gonna wait to read it until I've like finished playing like the like 90s Eroge Essentials, which you can pretty much count on like one hand. It's literally all just the stuff that the Dragon Knight dude wrote and the guy, and then like a couple things like obviously like some of Leaf's early stuff. Some of which isn't even good. Like Shizuku, like straight up just is not good. It's literally like, I think that dude is probably, I think he's a good writer, but like Shizuku itself is just a purely like experimental, quick, retarded thing that you could tell was made in 2 seconds. I'm gonna have to actually play his proper stuff after that. I'll have to play like Kizuato and stuff too. So yeah, it's mostly just like the stuff that like Elf and like Leaf and stuff was doing. There's also stuff like like the tactics stuff, like seeing like Jun Maeda's and Hisaya's roots and stuff. It's like really, really cool, even if they weren't like that good at the time. They were just like okay, but it's really cool to see their roots and shit. Anyway, I'm gonna have to get up on all that stuff, and then I'll check out, because it'll make reading the 16-bit manga more interesting if I've actually played it all. I'm gonna have to finish Kichikuo Rants at some point too. That's like a kind of mammoth undertaking, and I don't have too much patience for the gameplay, but it's fun and it's cool. Yeah, you're right, Chris. I have to see the batshit shit. I do have to see that at some point. I definitely do. It sucks because like I wanted a good advertisement for like VN culture and shit. So it sucks that it wasn't just a faithful adaptation of the fucking manga, but whatever. Oh, I see. So there's a little like particles independent of, I think I'll do the same thing. I think I'll put in little particles independent of the timing of this after. Oh, fuck. I just lost my spot. Vive 2D. As in the actual program itself, I don't actually know much about the actual program itself compared to like other alternatives for 2D rigging. I don't know if it's like the best option or what, or what kind of alternatives there are and stuff. As far as the actual technique itself, I always thought it was cool. Like, obviously, it enabled VTubers to even be a thing, and I always prefer it compared to 3D models. And Chris, I'm pretty positive the remake is not a suitable substitute for it. I don't remember why. Like, it's tempting because I think they really downsized the point and click elements, so it's like tempting to want to play that. But I heard there's like major story truncation or something. I don't even know. I heard it's just not a good replacement for whatever reason, which kind of sucks because I hate the point and click shit. But yo, Motherman. Yeah, Bato, that would be cool to see. Because the first time I ever saw it, because it's probably one of the earliest instances of it, was Idea Factory games way back. Like the original Neptune in like 2010 did like live 2D techniques on the standing sprites, and they did it really well, and it like looks like really good back then. And it really fit like the feel of the game really well. And I remember really liking that. It works because the game has a toony aesthetic and stuff. So yeah. I think China overuses it for their stuff. But otherwise I like it. It would be cool to learn, yeah. There was like a short period, I think, where like people who are good at it were in like really high demand. Maybe that's still true. I don't know. I imagine it's a little frustrating to get used to because you have to like make sure you... I've seen like sprite rips. Yeah, you know what I mean by overusing it, yeah. I've seen like sprite rips from like shit like the Neptune games and stuff that use it. And it looks like really kind of complicated and frustrating. I remember Sunako saying it was like kind of annoying to have to get used to painting shit with that in mind. But it seems like something you just kind of have to get used to, and then once you figure it out, it's probably not that bad. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but speaking of 16-bit, there's like a thing I want, like one of my like, I have like a dream project, like an anime project I would want to write one day. You know, try to procure a good project for. It's a fictionalized, dramatized biopic of like late 90s through the end of the O's, all the most like important writers of that period with like a Moegi Jinka type thing. I think that would be so fucking sick. And just have it be like a real like educational type thing, like really gets you up on like the history of shit and stuff. That would be fucking cool. That's one of my that is one of my what the fuck? What is wrong with this thing? Oh shit. That's one of my ideal projects. Yeah, I would love to see what you can do with it. I feel like there's a lot of potential with it too. With it does give you an yeah, exactly like in Shirobako. Yeah, exactly with Anna. I feel like there's a lot of potential too with like if you're good at the live 2D stuff, you can potentially give like little gimmicks to your art and stuff like that can sometimes get people's attention more and stuff. I don't know if that's still a thing, but there was definitely a time where I saw a lot of people using it to pump a little more interest into their stuff. Like do like kind of fun shit with it. A lot of artists didn't want to learn it because it's, you know, it's seen as like a frustrating departure from actually drawing, but if you have the patience to learn it, it's definitely like a cool, it'd definitely be a really cool thing to know. Ah, shit, this thing got fucked up. No, it's not a big deal. Just do this. Oh, wait. No. That's fine. We actually want it like this because the screen shake doesn't happen. Are those MTG symbols? It's basically what they're like inspired by. Like that and like, you know, like the Pokemon TCG energy symbols and shit. I made them so that each type has like an actual visual representation. Each like game type has a visual representation. Instead of just being like, you know, a word. How are we, Kara? I am back. I'm back in the groove. Symbols of otaku knowledge. Yeah, exactly. That's what they will be. Alright, so we need like a cool little effect behind this. I wonder if I should. Yeah, no, this is fine. Autonomic symbology. I thought it. Yeah, I think Hiroki Azuma or whatever his name is. I think he's a fat slob retard. But that book is actually genuinely interesting because it's a really good sort of like historical footprint of how like a lot of like developments in like Oda culture and shit at the time and stuff, and like how, especially like how it was seen from like anti-Oda eyes and stuff. Just shit like that. It was like it was an illuminating. It's like a historically illuminating book in that regard. But yeah, he's a moron, and like every idea in it was actually like legitimately retarded. Like so retarded, in fact, that yeah, reading in Japanese would be. I wish I did read it in Japanese. Like for example, one of his ideas. I feel like putting a cut in this is just a bad idea. I feel like it should just be. One of his ideas was that like people were moving away from stories and just focusing on like being obsessed with characters and shit as like isolated entities, and that was like literally the like writing renaissance era of otaku shit. Like the amount of real writing and the quality peaks like started like literally ballooning right after that point, and that's like where all the most legendary writers like were coming in and shit. So the dude was like legit like out of his skull. He's just like cockamamie shit, just making shit up. Isn't no he was an anti Moe Buta. He was like Moe Buta were like rent free in his head. He's just some fat simp, basically. It's a huge book about how otaku have to touch grass. It's really embarrassing shit. I don't even know why he got. Damn, that's how you know it's true then. Yeah, it's just like really embarrassing shit. It's funny because it's not something anyone would even like try now. It was just such a different time. You know, because nowadays it'd be like Skaji has talked about that, how like back then you could get away with like generating like friction. Like in the otaku sphere, like you could get in like fights and generate friction and shit, and like it would just happen all the time. I'm still not thinking that though. Let's just put in a slight thing like that. Yeah, you could do like all that type of shit. You could yeah, like you could just generate all this friction and shit that would like now be like an actual like incident on you know, would get someone like bullied or something. You could do back then. It's just interesting. Just very, very different time. And yeah, he was that type of like academia cell shit. Yeah, like I said, definitely worth the read. Not for his actual ideas. His actual ideas themselves are legit, straight up retarded. But yeah, as far as like from a meta standpoint, really, really interesting. Found the volume with the Kano interview. Oh, of that, yeah, of that shit. That's right. Ham's been collecting these really sick resources.
For
like-
what?
These like things with like creator interviews in them and stuff. These like more obscure,
Oh, sick. Yeah.
getting a little getting a little reference. Getting a little reference collection going, reference shelf going.
Yeah, that's good shit.
Yeah, exactly. When they aren't up, they're not up. Exactly.
The things though.
Yeah. Eva as the turning point is always, that's always like a big eye roll. Remember that time? Well, you probably don't, and I probably shouldn't even remind anyone it exists. But that time, like Econ. If you don't know who I'm talking about, you're lucky. But Econ made that big thread where he just started making shit up about like Eva's influence, and I absolutely obliterated him with facts and logic. That was a good time. But yeah, what were you saying?
The things done.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I just have to. We're figuring out the color now, so I guess we'll probably do it.
Should I show it on stream?
Yeah, you can show the. Does that make sense? Should we do that?
Honda Toru. I have not heard. Yeah, it rings a bell. It rings a bell. Oh wait, is he? No. No, I don't think I'm familiar with this dude. I feel like I've heard someone bring him to my attention once. Oh yeah, I remember the name. I've run into this guy, but I don't know anything about him. So should I show it or should
yeah, we can show it on stream. Just let me clean up one of them.
Okay. Denpa Otoko. Not to be confused with Densha Otoko.
Clean this one up.
Oh, I see. Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, this is very like 2005 shit. It's crazy. It's interesting. Like, checking out shit like this really reminds you how much shit has changed in the last 20 years. As far as like, there used to be this huge fucking meta discussion about like, oh, are otaku like losers and all this shit. And it's so funny because like, yeah, he was criticizing Densha Otoko for being anti-otaku. That's based. Yeah, because it's like back then it was so funny because there was this big thing with like, yeah, the drama was comfy as fuck. Absolutely. I mean, like that shit makes me nostalgic. And it's just a reminder of like simpler times and shit. Now everything's like so high stakes and shit. But it is, at the same time, it is satisfying for that to be, like, put to bed. It's like, oh, are otaku losers and shit. And it's like, oh, well, guess what? Now our fucking media is, like, dominating the world and shit. Maybe you didn't see that coming. Maybe you should have, though. That's satisfying, but at the same time, yeah, it's just, current era is so much more stressful. We don't have a comfy thing like Nico culture or whatever, so everything is there's that lack of like unifying factor and all that shit. Just much darker era in that regard. So it's always fun to go back and check out that old shit. Yeah, exactly. The Yokya Inkya, which is basically, which is like only like loosely associated with like otaku shit. Oh shit. I honestly don't even know if this. I don't even know if I'm doing this right. Also, this should be. This should be less. Yeah, I'm gonna have to read that at some point. It's always interesting. I mean, that will never not be the most like important era, so to speak, in like Oda history. Like that will always be like, you know, that big like turning point era where like so many things were happening at once. So many like huge things. In terms of just like culture and development and all that stuff. Just be based on exactly. It's that simple. What the fuck is... It's a Drake meme. Drake at computer meme. Alright, do we really want to... We will see, yes, we will see a golden age again, exactly. We will, for sure. There are a few unifying factors, growingly unifying factors. For one, yeah, let's just do another round. For one, Japan is getting more conscious. Yes. There's a potential Western Oda movement, which I believe in. There is Japan getting more and more conscious of the fact that like there is like a common enemy that basically wants to stop letting them do what they're doing. There is I feel like eroge has a latent boom on the horizon. Like we're gonna see a second eroge boom on the horizon. I feel like they just got to figure out some things first. But I really feel that. I feel like we'll see a similar thing again, like a pool of, not that there aren't new good writers appearing, and like even, you know, Fuyu Akane, who's straight up insane, but and in eroge, but like I feel like we'll see multiple of those pop up. Enlightenments are revelations which are bad because they innovate. Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Would you say Renaissance carries the same connotation? Or would you say Renaissance has a purely positive connotation? Because I know that they're associated. Because, like, for example, there was the artistic Renaissance, which was a positive thing. But then there was the scientific Enlightenment, which had a bunch of, like, cringy atheist shit. And they're often associated, but they're technically not the same thing. Oh, I see. This is supposed to break into little things. Not sure if this should. Oh, that's too much. That's too much. Without the scientific enlightenment, we might not have eroge. I actually don't know enough. I don't know enough to say if you're right or not. Well, one thing is true is that with new... That makes sense, Kara. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. One thing that is true is that with new discovery can often be dangerous. With progress can come dangerous side effects for sure. So yeah, I mean maybe you are right about that. I definitely do not know enough to say. Because I mean, just going off of like Oda shit, like with every bit of progress, in terms of like, okay, the number of the, my topic still says warm up. I gotta change that. The wait. Okay, there we go. Like for example, like art standards increase. That's like generally good, but then there's a bunch of issues that come from that. And it's like number of extremely skilled artists increase. Again, generally a good thing, but a lot of negative side effects. Honestly, it'd take too long to even list them all out. But, anime gets, or just Oda creation in general gets more worldwide recognition. Well, now, I don't even have to explain what the negative aspects of that are and shit. It's just like that. As far as Oda culture goes, like I can always name things there. As far as history, I don't know how many negative things were actually inevitable or if they were just contrived. I mean, I know some things for sure were just purely contrived negative things. Like, did not have to happen. Like, there's certain types of negative things that do not have to come with progress, but are sometimes contrived to anyway. So there is that. I don't know what, having a hard time picturing what this kind of like particle effect is even supposed to. I'm just gonna ignore that for now. Yeah, let's just ignore that. Even this particle, I'm not sure about. Let's just get rid of it. Oh, I see. Yeah, we don't want anything that escapes the actual aura. Yeah, let's just go with that. Yeah, Comic Kid seems to have revived. Melon Books is still doing well. That's good to hear. Yeah, I believe whenever they lose anything, I feel like they always just get it back. I mean, they're too. At the end of the day, the life's blood of Oda shit is the creators being skilled and being skilled in the styles and aesthetics and like value system priorities that they have. And we are just doing good there. We're just doing very good. Some things could be better, but we are generally doing very good there. And as long as we're doing very good there, things will just correct themselves. Yes, it is like character development. Innovation, we could see a big Oda project in Blender. A lot of 3D tools like Blender have only been accessible. Yeah, like a small 3D anime is very dangerous, but utilizing obviously 3D backgrounds and shit is always good. 3D compositing and shit is good. We want to see the hand drawn. I mean, there's obviously been some 3D series that are like totally fine or cool or whatever, and sometimes they're like comfy ones. Like obviously, like Sega Hard Girls was really cool, which was just like an MMD project. But in general, obviously, it's mad important to keep the 2D tradition because that's what makes everything what it is. But at the same time, I do agree that like as far as there is untapped potential with like smaller team anime shit. I mean, just the fact that like the Toho animations that get like the studio quality or near studio quality Toho animations that get made is proof that like anything is possible. Okay, let me just export this real quick because I literally don't even know if this is looking right. Like, I'm just kind of like going off of the timings I see. So let me just export this real quick and just see what the fuck it's even supposed to be. Where we at? Oh, okay, I see. I get it now. Alright. I think I know what I want to do to it. Alright, sorry for the flash. that top black strip on the flash won't be there because that's bleed over what it would actually show in the actual game. In the actual game, you would just see the white part. Because it has to account for screen shake. I see. It's like a snap. It's supposed to be like a snap. I think if we just make some particles fly out, I think we can figure this out. This should definitely have like a second frame of thinning though, for sure.
Do you want to show these separately, or do I have to put them all together and do a thing?
Well, you don't have to put them together.
Alright, I'll do it.
The wrist cut shit. I saw that tweet. Caro, I assume you saw that tweet from Skaji about the wrist cutting cosplayers. That shit was insane. That dude's out of his mind. That's how you know he's not lying when he says he has holes in his brain. Yeah. True, Fumofu. I feel like for any like cringy otaku adjacent kind of LARPing thing, I feel like there's always an amount that graduates into like legitimate getting Newgrounds vibes. Oh, good shit. All right, well that's a good thing then. Yeah, with the glow, it should feel a little bit cooler. But I'm fine with comfy Newgrounds vibes. Oh yeah. There's a lot of cool new tools, Mothman, yeah, with the Blender stuff as far as supporting the 2D 3D mix. It's really interesting, yeah. I hear it can do full blown like video editing, compositing, all that shit. Yeah, and true. Indie, like as far as like mech stuff, mechs are a really intuitive place to mix 2D and 3D together because like traditionally obviously it was like the mech can't really move much and stuff if it's not like being have like a lot of work from a good artist being put in, which can lead to a lot of like still frames and slidings and stuff, or sometimes even just the mech looking crappy. The big appeal of 3D with mechs is that you can, for the less important cuts, you can keep them stable, you can keep their form stable, and you can keep them moving and stuff. And then ideally you build into some really fire 2D cuts. That's like the ideal way to go about mechs in modern day. So that way you can avoid the problems of, you know, being short on hands and stuff as far as making them move and stuff, but you still have the ability to, you know, make them look truly sick. Because it's just it's, you know, if you want something to look truly sick, it has to be 2D. The whole point is that 2D is perfection. Like high skill 2D is perfection. And that's like what anime is fundamentally built on. Whereas 3D is inherently imperfect. Yeah, he saw it. I always find it so weird when people say that SAO was the first anime they watched, because it's like when people say like just anything like, oh, Lucky Star was the first anime I watched, because it's literally like one of those, it's partially meta, like the meta aspect is important to it. So it's like hard to even imagine what it feels like to someone who hasn't watched a decent chunk of anime already. Vampire Knight. Naruto. For me, it was just the classic fucking DBZ, like every millennial. Thoughts on mecha design? Any favorite examples? Demon Bane, I think, is my favorite mechs of all time. Specifically, oh my god, what's it called again? I can't remember. The mechs names have these like really complicated, like Latin type names. It's like Liber, yeah, Liber Legis. This mech is fucking so fucking cool. He's got like two forms. He's got one where he's got like the like shit all over his chest. Fuck, sorry. This is my favorite mech design ever. Oh, sorry. This mech. This thing is so fucking cool. Just in general, it's my favorite design philosophy of any mech. First I saw was Kyojin. I love Kyojin. Honestly, I love Kyojin. I do honestly love it. It has some really low lows, but when it's epic, it's epic. Yeah, it was a common one, Chris. Yeah, it was. Yes, exactly, Walter. Pat Labor is interesting. There were really good OVAs done for it. The TV show is kind of a snooze. And then the movies are just like Oshi doing Oshi shit, which I mean, if you like Oshi, you like Oshi. I don't like Oshi at all. I think he's a perfect example of that whole like head up your ass, like pretend you're a writer type of thing you used to get a lot. Definitely worth watching for the art though. And the OVAs are genuinely good. I'm not even sure which Pat Labor you're talking about, Mothman, because whether you're talking about the TV show, the movies, or the OVAs, those are all like very different things. Like, I wouldn't consider any of those three things similar.
Yo, if I put these together as a GIF, you're gonna lose the nice, like, crisp pixel thing.
Yeah, just forget. We're just gonna show them one at a time. Okay, we got some cool shit to show. We got some fire.
Let me put these up. Oh, wait, hold on.
Are we good now?
2 seconds, okay. One thing.
Yeah, I think that's like a really cool. I always like that concept when I half agree, Chris, in that Oshi is a good director and that he used really good artists and he used good music. That's what I think his that's what I think his claim to fame as a director is. He's literally not even that good at drawing, like for the like standards of the industry. Like he was legit just like average like mangaka level at drawing. Like he was one of those like cheats with like a fucking super team type directors. There's a reason he's so washed now. Like, let's just put it that way. Like, great people, actual greats, don't wash up. They keep going in the industry because they're actually continue to be useful, because they have like sick drawing skills and stuff. He doesn't have that. And if you see what the dude says today, like you wouldn't even believe the shit the dude says. Dude's out of control. He's just this sad, senile old man. It's very sad. But yeah. What I was saying, is that I always like that concept when you get like mechs that are not designed actually for combat, but then they start sometimes doing it. I always think that always produces like really interesting design stuff.
You can show these in order.
All right, let's do it. We're gonna show some really sick shit. Yeah, Mothman, that is one of the cool things you can really feel in the Pat Labor 2 specifically. You can really feel you can feel that he was like a post World War II kid and all that shit, and that like you can really feel like the history of like what it was like to get like absolutely like fucked over by America and all that shit. It's I can see why a lot of people really like that movie for sure. It's just like, yeah. It's just like I'm not gonna kiss Oshi's ass when he really just doesn't deserve it. I'm sorry. I'm like I will call a spade, and Oshi is not just really never. He was a right place, right time case. I will not sugarcoat that. I'm not saying his movies don't have value. They have tons and tons of artistic value. Okay. All right, so we got to show these in order. Yeah. Higurashi has cool insight too, because it's like, yeah, exactly, Chris. Yeah. I love the coup arc. It was not my favorite part. Like the very end is my favorite shit. Well, I don't know what my favorite shit is. My favorite shit is probably just Unlimited or whatever. But the part that hit me the hardest was the very end. But the coup arc is so good, so good. Okay, so here we go. Number 1. It's like I speaking of Kyojin, I told him to look at Kyojin. I told him to look at SNK for this. Then we get this shit. Badass. Some cape shit. And then here's the big one. Yeah, if you can play all the age shit first, it's worth it. Here we go. Check this shit out. This is fucking sick. Badass. This attack is basically like the Exodia of the game. When you use this attack in the game, the other dude's basically done. He's basically cooked. Oh yeah, the Kiminozo remake. I forgot about that, yeah. I couldn't finish Kiminozo. I plan on finishing it at some point. My brother animated this.
You can zoom in on it. You can zoom in a little bit.
Oh yeah, let's zoom in. Kiminozo was not bad at all.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Yeah, he says thanks. Kiminozo is not bad at all, but I like everything in it that Yoshimune didn't write a lot better than the shit he did write. But yeah, Mobile is absolutely worth it.
Motherman's comment is good because like the vibe of the design, you know, because
Yeah, has a religious one, yeah. Sick.
that's good.
I actually, not to like take undue credit, but the monster was my idea.
Yeah,
I did draw the monster first.
How hard was that again?
I was the Genon. But yeah, all the actual hard labor was not me. So yeah, I look forward to that. It's gonna get some color on it too. So. But yeah, definitely like if you play Kiminozo first, I promise that mud level will actually be a better experience. So ideally you play like all the age shit first. That's like the absolute best experience, but I think that's a bit of a tall order, but ah, shit. What the fuck did I do? Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about when I say some of this game is going to be graphically insane. Yeah, I didn't realize that was in there either, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's all great for the language. Yeah, it was Mothman. That was, if you look at a graph, it's not subtle. It's like, oh, boom, there's a certain year that hits in the 40s, and then the whole like free love movement and all that junk. That did a number. Unilateral divorce laws, of course, effectively makes marriage fake because your wife can just decide to pull a trigger on you at any moment. So it's not actually marriage, it's like theoretical marriage. Just fucked up shit. Very fucked up stuff. Alright, let's do another export. Yeah, well, see, I feel like that's the essence of I feel like that's kind of just like Muv-Luv in a nutshell. It's like a bunch of shit that's like not innovative or interesting. It's just a huge bag of cliches and stuff. Like even at the time cliches and stuff. But it's just like it's like this super clever synergy of them that really like makes the whole, like obviously the beat to beat writing is good. Like the prose is solid, very solid. The characterization is always very solid and stuff. So like obviously like the actual mechanics of the immediate writing are good. But in terms of like the actual plot structure and all that shit, it really is like a bunch of, if you actually look at it, it's literally just like a bunch of kind of cliches stacked on each other just in like a really clever way. Oh shit, I need to... Yeah, the marriage aspect is probably less important. It's just another thing to compound. It's just like another thing, because it's what it does modern day is it puts a lot of pressure on men to feel like they, like, whereas back in the day, even if a man was struggling, he would have just like married, you know, he would have had some kind of woman that his family would have introduced him to, and they would have just like married and shit, and then they would have just immediately started having kids, even if they had to like struggle and shit. But nowadays there's a lot of pressure. Why is this not... Why is this shit? Oh, because I forgot. There's a lot of pressure. Like it's marriage is like a super scary, like high tension thing that like people are just super hesitant to even do. Because it feels like so much like preparation has to go into it and all this shit, and it's like a high risk, you know, it's a high risk move and all that stuff. So, probably not the biggest influence, but definitely an influence. Okay, the last one. This is fuck. All right, we goofed. I'm not even gonna show you what it looks like because I already know what I have to fix it. It's supposed to be like super fucking thin. The last one is just supposed to be super thin. It's supposed to basically be like this. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong fucking layer. Reagan, the feminist icon. Yeah, it's definitely a problem in America too, for sure, like big time. Again, I don't know like what exact problem, but it's definitely a problem. Marriage not an actually say well anymore. It's definitely not. It's definitely not now. It's not. It's not even like the religious aspect that's important. It's the legal aspect that's way more important. Just the concept that like, oh, there's all these like legal security binding things that go into it and shit. That's like always been the more relevant aspect, because any sort of like, one thing you notice if you really look at shit long enough is that anything that was historically like culturally sacred or religiously sacred or whatever, pretty much always, like 9 times out of 10, just started as a really important practical thing. And again, I mean, you can see that in like Oda culture all the time, where it's just like, oh, this is some knowledge about how to draw something a certain way. That's, you could easily say that's sacred knowledge. That's holy knowledge. That's a holy tradition. You know, knowing your character archetypes, that's like holy knowledge, etc. There's almost always some kind of like function I don't know, preceding. There's always some kind of function preceding that perspective, basically. And that's why, like, pretty much every culture on Earth, like, came to the same conclusion. Yeah, Mothra Man, just be cool, be cool. keep the keep your head low. Be cool. Yeah, I mean, so at any rate, just TLDR, yeah. Japan has a clear point where the births dropped off. It's just kind of like how it is, and you know, we all know what's going on. Yes. And otaku being able to do what they do is what is sacred at the end of the day. Index, Toro Majutsu no Index. Gonna tell my kids this was the Bible. But yeah, no, I mean, what you're saying, Mother Man, is completely true. I mean, it's actually funny because I mentioned, yeah, I think it's like longer at this point. I mentioned seeing some normie friends during my like once every several years meetup. And yeah, sure enough, like none of them are getting married and shit because it's too. One of them is getting married who's like even he was like not getting married because he's in that whole, he's kind of in like a beta getting strung around by the GF type situation. Yeah, you can probably see why I am so all right, you're getting somewhere now. This should work. You can probably see why I am just so not concerned with that shit, because it's just like, we have a thing we can do to affect the world. We have this like legendary Oda creation power shit, and it's incredibly reliable, and we're like extremely lucky to be born in an era where we have it, where we have this knowledge. So, you know, you can control things with that. And that can, you know, you can only get good things from that. That's what is basically like my message I'm always trying to get to people. You can genuinely affect the world. Just who I want to hear. That's fine, man. Whatever. All right, we're gonna run a little particle effect over it, I think. It might be overkill, honestly. There might not even be a point because it might just get caught. It might just get lost in the. I was asking for it. Asking for it like Wolfie back shots. If you don't know, by the way, Wolfie is the official Pokemon League champion. And he's this semi-flamboyant homosexual dude that I find very funny and entertaining. So if you're wondering what I'm talking about when I say Wolfie, that's what I'm talking about. All right, so the question is like, should there be little particles kind of flying out? Or should I just not bother? That is the question right now. Well, yeah, Mothman, that's basically just like a basic leadership principle. I've actually kind of talked about that before, how like everything comes down to leadership at the end of the day. Like the mainline Neptune games are such a great like dissertation on this. Like the first 4 Neptune games. Everything starts with whatever the leadership has set in motion. They essentially set the paradigm. And if you want to learn more, play Neptune. In Japanese, of course. Always play in Japanese. Oh, QW, guys. Your latest video is awesome. Thank you very much. My bad. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Ilyana. I'm going to call you Ilyana. I wanted to have a couple more out by this point. I got fucked up by a flu and my whole... Ilyana. I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Yeah, I got fucked up by a flu, and I also got distracted because I was like, I prioritized a different aspect. I had an unquenchable urge to prioritize some shit that wasn't the battling for a minute. And the flu killed my stride, but we are back on stride now. We're about to do some big things. I'm trying to think, should there be like little particles? This looks kind of stupid. I just feel like at this level of res, it's just kind of possibly overkill. I don't know. I'll just throw them in for a second, see what happens. I don't even know if I should bother. Talking about what Mothman's talking about, because it's honestly just not that important. But what I will say is that human beings by nature are highly feminine creatures, like as a default. They are very shaped by circumstance and stuff. And if you make a VN, exactly, if you make a VN about it. Context is like everything because of that, because humans are such feminine creatures. there is like everything ends up getting defined by like just whatever the power, whatever is like in power, and whatever it is like making, setting the rhythm of things, setting the flow of things, holding the most power, etc., is where you're gonna see the majority of human, like the majority of what is like de facto the truth, is gonna stem from there. Again, I'm not joking when I say that the original 4 Neptune games are an extremely good dissertation on this. In Japanese. Only in Japanese. I mean, if you have to play in English, it's fine. It's better than nothing, but... What the fuck? Oh, I see. Okay, these are supposed to be like sparkle particles, not like clash particles. Fuck. I honestly think that these probably shouldn't be in. I think they're just gonna muck the thing up. Probably a complete waste of time. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, we're not doing it. Maybe we could throw a little... like a little bit of like specs to it. I'm just not sure how much it actually reads as an actual legitimate particle. Probably shouldn't be too worried about this. It's like the whole point of these things is to be simple and not matter. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We're not gonna do it. We are not gonna do it. This is the animation. The glow will take care of the rest. Exactly. Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself. Ilyana. That's what I'm gonna call you. I couldn't say it better myself. Yeah, no, oh yeah, absolutely. We need mandatory Nihongo, no question. Like honestly, I think that there is... I think that as Oda influence increases, we're gonna see increasing amounts of people who like grow up on Japanese the way a lot of like Europeans and stuff with like less international languages do and stuff. I feel like we're already starting to see some of that. Okay, so that is... I already started with 1 down. That's another 1 down. So 2 down. Or, well, 3 down. Yeah, that's very true, Chris. Exactly. That's extremely true. Femininity is like the canvas on which masculinity does its thing. That is very true. It might sound weird for a game about all girls, but this is actually going to be a little bit of a topic in the game, in the story. Not in like a necessarily societal focused way, but you'll see. It will be interesting. I'm trying to think of... Okay, the holy one should be really easy, because that'll just be like a little beam, I think. Or no, what it should be is like... It should be like a light thing expanding towards the... Son of a bitch. Yeah, did you propose the ladder we need to climb before we threw it away? Yeah. Extremely true. But yeah, it's fucked up. I mean, that's a dark story. That is a dark story. No question. It's a cautionary tale that if you really like anime and shit, you should learn Japanese. And if you believe you have great creative ideas, you should be trying to actualize them, and taking the skill seriously, or else you may end up like that. I'm trying to think like what's a good like visualization of like a light type thing, because it can't be a beam happening. Oh, I got a good idea. I could do like I could just do like a classic kind of like Gynax type star spin thing. Yeah, that should work. Yes, more Dojin spirit in the West, exactly. That's what we need. This one should actually be quite quick because I have a good I have a good idea for this. I actually referenced this a couple times. This is in some animations up to this point. This is Kira Star Knight, which was a son of a bitch. It was a like an independent modern Famicom game made in 2016 by the dude Riki. He was the same dude who got Strong. We got Debate Club in chat. Debate Club in chat right now. Yeah, he if you look up like 8-bit music power, he organized those together. Anyway, it's really fucking cool. The game itself is like silly and simple, but it's really cool, like the artistic shit he actually put on the Famicom. But yeah, these little like sparkle animations are really fucking sick. I referenced them a few times. As someone who used to debate a lot, I can tell you that it's a waste of time. Most of the time, if someone doesn't agree with one of your like life idea things, it's probably either because you just don't know exactly what the other person is trying to refer to, or they simply had a different experience that either made them not need your solution or need a different solution. So because it's kind of like when like so many people used to like, for example, like a lot of, just think of like, think of all the ideas that would get thrown around a lot, like a lot of the shit people used to debate when it came to Oda shit, and how so many of them turned out to be just like illusionary concerns and shit. I think what he's trying to say, I think what he's trying to say is just that, like, actually, I don't even know what he's trying to say. I honestly don't. I'm honestly not invested in this debate, but. Mothman's just venting. He's just venting. I know where he's coming from. No, it's fine. Whatever. One thing I can say is that a lot of people effectively grow up. Most people these days in the modern day are sort of like raised kind of on their own, or they're raised like effectively like by the internet and shit, because one of the big roles of, and this is one of the things I want to help a lot, this is why I help like teach people things and shit. One of the big roles, obviously traditionally, of like parents in school and shit was like literally to fucking teach you skills and teach you things. And that has been discarded as a element of society and shit. Which really sucks, because it literally means the loss of people who like might have been, you know, say like an artist or something. Or maybe got started on their pursuit sooner and shit like that. Stuff like that. So it's a very unfortunate thing. I need like a 50-50 split on this thing. There is a way to do this, I don't remember how to get the exact... Oh, okay, yeah, this is how you do it. 214 from the left. 214. Oh, I actually got that almost centered. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's just gonna get copy pasted for symmetry after. So this is fine. We'll leave that there just for reference. Many such cases, yes. Raised by Team Fortress 2. That is fucking funny. Yes, typically that is true. You are typically better off with 2-parent houses. They can be disasters all the time, though, as they currently are in current year. Typically, like I said, like, you're typically, again, because, like, any individual household is just going to be a fractal. On average, it's just going to be a fractal of some kind of higher power setting the motion. So, like, as sad as it is, as much as this is kind of like black pill talk, you can have all the dads in the world. In current year, you're still way more likely off to just kind of grow up without the tools you need. You're way more likely to grow up without the tools you need than with the tools you need. And it's just unfortunate. But yeah, that's just how it is. It's just dark times right now. Do not ask for stats. As far, yeah, that's what I was about to say what Chris said. Like, typically it's like, it's actually just like, you have to think of it like business. Actually, Saito made a video on this recently. How marriage is just business. And like, the real crime there is, again, people not being like prepared to live their life effectively and intelligently and shit. And all that stuff. So that's the real culprit is that people are not like growing up with an actual, you know, they're not like, who grows up like skilled and like knowing what they want to do and shit, you know what I mean? Like, if you just think about that for a second, like, it's pretty grim. It's definitely pretty grim. Because like, even like me myself, like I like awoke. I got woke. I went woke. I like awoke to my purpose in life at like just towards the tail end of like being 14. And I felt late as fuck. And think about how many people would kill to say, oh yeah, I knew exactly what path I wanted to walk. Not like exactly, not like 100% or whatever, but like, let's just say 60%, 65%, 70%. I don't know. The most important things are there is the point. Think about how many people would kill to say, oh yeah, I had my shit on track at just turning 15 or whatever. That's where like every single additional problem is going to first and foremost stem from that. Because if it literally becomes a domino effect that cascades into problems for pretty much the rest of your life until you do a superhuman effort to catch up. But even then, you miss out on certain things. Like someone who has had their shit like all together, the longer you have your shit together, like let's say it's like, okay, I want, you know, we're just gonna keep it within Oda, in Oda context. I want to be a great artist. The longer you've been a great artist, the more perks you get along the way. So someone who played catch up to become a great artist has very specific disadvantages over someone who was just like boom on track right from the get-go. So yeah, it's like it's brutal stuff. It's brutal stuff out there. That's why I care so much about teaching and shit. Because I always imagine that, like, I always try to imagine that, like, oh, there could be just some, well, I think about it all the time because I often think about Katsumoto. Because Katz was, like, literally, like, he didn't just, like, help me learn Japanese. He was basically, like, a sensei of, like, life for me. Had I found him earlier, I would have had more actionable shit way earlier. So that's always what I'm thinking about when I'm like concerned with helping people and shit. I'm always picturing the equivalent of me that like at like 12 years old, 10 years old even. Katz wasn't even active when I was that young, but let's just say theoretically he like was. It's always like, oh, that person that could have like had their shit just utterly set on track by Katz. That's always what I'm picturing. Yeah, either marry or don't. Yeah, because it's like the thing is that it's like because think about like the idea of the alternative of marriage as a, again, just watch the Saito video if you haven't. It's actually not titled this. He snuck it in like as a topic after because he did the video like radio style. It was a really good video. I think half the video was about a professional who is feeling yeah. Yeah, I think it was this. No, it wasn't this one. This is the one with like the homoerotic title. Yes, this one. Yeah, this was a good vid. Because Saito knows this shit mad well, because he literally simped a woman who just strung him along for like 7 years and fucked him over. He ended up getting cucked by a better artist. Fucked up stuff, but yeah. Yeah, so yeah, Saito basically explained how like the whole point is that like there's no possible good alternative to marriage that isn't the concept of like you can't name an alternative, like an actual meaningful alternative to marriage that doesn't amount to both sides earnestly trying to benefit each other in every comprehensive sense. Because from there it just turns into like an emotional thing. It just becomes like, okay, oh shit, this shit actually kind of which obviously is like, if we're talking again, I'm just picturing the kid who should be learning art, the kid who's going to be useful to otaku culture. What's going to make him useful? What's going to make him useful is being born to a family that sets him up on like a good track for fucking learning and shit. And if his parents had the mentality of thinking about more than just like if they're in so-called love with each other, they were actually thinking about, you know, as he put it, from a more business standpoint. They're going to be, you know, if they're thinking about it the way he described it, they're going to be way more likely to produce the kid that's actually useful to the Oda mission and shit. You know, like what we need is people who are serious. That's what we need. We need people who are... We need people who will seriously dedicate their lives to skills and, you know, having direction and shit. And anyone who's thinking about emotional focus shit, like in his case, just simping a woman, just because he was attracted to her and he believed he was in love. Yeah, you're just going to be way less likely to get a good practical result out of that. It's going to be way more likely to produce just literally less kids, period. I mean, she was stringing him around for like 7 years without giving him like marriage or kids or anything, you know? So it's just like... That's basically what I'm thinking about. I'm raw Sigma trillionaire grind set. I want to see the Oda youth. I want to see the skill maxed Oda youth. Akihabara everywhere. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The final goal is the status Otaku, exactly. Yes, you can do that, Elena, but it will probably get axed by YouTube. YouTube will probably filter it. What would the ideal Oda state look like? Thinking cloning... Yeah, that sounds good to me. That sounds like a plan to me. Was there some kind of awakening moment you had that at 14 that made you realize I must become the most based Western Otaku? Yes. Well, it wasn't so much like a moment. It was kind of like a long time coming. I was thinking about a lot of things a few years prior. And it was mostly just experiences seeing... It's nothing like too unique. It was mostly just seeing like, you know, like friends kind of fall apart when, you know, as people typically do when they get into high school and stuff. And just being like... Just seeing lots of problems around me and no solution, but instinctually feeling like otaku shit is the answer. That's the best way I can describe it. And I went from like a really low level otaku to, for the standards of the time, pretty solid over the, you know, and that's when I started seriously, you know, taking like writing seriously and shit. Higurashi, yeah, I mean Higurashi is a good ass work for, that is a very eye-opening work. No question. Am I disappointed with your progress, Mothman? No, definitely not. I am definitely not disappointed because it's normal. I mean, it's like, this shit's, like I said, this shit's no joke. I mean, it's a... The battle to produce good work is a battle that is only fought upon winning the battle of big, like, habit and dedication and all that crap, which is arguably the harder battle. So it's just normal. It's absolutely normal. Reading interviews about Ryu and his brother rushing to yeah, I've seen some of that. That shit is soul as fuck. Draw friend who I always tell to... Yeah! Based. Let's fucking go. 20k. Honestly, like, 20k is... It's not a black pill. It's really not. It's more of a white pill, because it's like... It's so fucking consistent. Like, as long as you're putting in the right type of practice, 20k is a very reliable... Like, oh yeah, if you find out you're really talented and it happens before 20k, great. But like, if it doesn't, you really can rely on the 20k benchmark. Like, it's truly reliable. Like, you will be putting out work that you're at least heavily satisfied with, and at least like the majority of its aspects at 20k. It's just how it is. It's just a fact. So yeah, I don't see it as a black pill. I think it's a white pill. Had some good... Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, gaming is dangerous. If you can... That's the thing anyway. If you quarantine your gaming to, like, just here and there anyway, it gets more fun, honestly. Like I said, like, I play, like... My gaming right now at the moment is, like, 1 or 2 matches of Showdown a day. And those matches are, like, life and death. Because I don't play that much. Like, the shit gets stale if you play it too much. Fuck. Yeah, Scambada. No, you'll make it, man. It's just time. Like, don't panic. Don't panic, because it's just like, it's just a matter of like, it's just a matter of getting your shit you know, just literally stacking one thing at a time. It really is it's exponential. Progress is exponential. What is slow progress one day will just become fast progress later. Somebody creating... I feel like you're missing a word in that message. Creating otaku discussion, I feel like is what you are intending to say. Yeah, yeah, the puzzle, yeah. Exactly, yeah. I think the puzzle analogy is peak, honestly. Well, if he means otaku media, I would just say every good artist and every good writer. That's an easy thing to answer. Everyone who is actually good. It's like the I think this is actually a quote from Outbreak Company, actually, if I remember correctly. But Miko. Oh wait, what the fuck? This is the wrong. Scrolling the wrong thing. Sakura Miko. One of the very based VTubers. This was the first tweet. This was her first tweet ever. It's so fucking true. Bishoujo game to anime wa jinsei no kyokasho. That is absolutely correct. It's the textbook of life. Brains why you want to be a debate bro, something like a warrior, Cosmos like Char, but I see futility in just being an online debater, theory cell jerker. Yeah, well, there is a lot of futility in that, yes. Art, yes, it is a much better outlet. Yes, Mikuchi is based. Haruhi was huge for me. I watched Haruhi a little bit after it aired. I watched it when I was 15. That's when I watched it. Yes, to be an artist is to be a warrior of the cosmos. That is completely true.
Yeah, well put. That is true.
Very true. The ability to create good shit is the ability to actually change the world, like, tangibly. The problem with debate and shit is that it's usually trying to box. Wait, what's the term? Like, not box shadow. It's some kind of term about, like, fighting shadows, fighting windmills. I don't know. No, fighting windmills has a different idea. That's like, it's literally shadows is the important idea. That it's like, the important part is that it's literally it's dealing with fractals of things, or not fractals, reflections. It's dealing with reflections of things. It's like trying to catch a fish by its reflection, or whatever the fuck, however that works. It almost always deals with talking about things that are not able to be affected by talking about them directly. It's almost always dealing with things that are the result of things higher upstream. So, for example, if I want to get more people to create otaku media in the West and, like, learn Japanese and shit, I can't just scream at people the reasons why they should do that. I have to actually, like, do things like set examples, create incentives, etc. So debating such a thing would actually be pretty much a waste of time in most cases, unless the person you're debating is a person who can actually affect the upper stream, and your debate is actually has a chance to change that person. Yeah, Shadowbox. I don't know. The YouTuber Right Conscious reminds me of you. They both have a similar type of mission. I think he's based even though. Interesting. Well, I will check this dude out. I will check him out later. Ume Aoki is a word. Yes, I agree with that. Calling modern writers. I love Mishima's talks. Don't love his books, but I love his talks. It's funny. I should watch Hidamari again because, like, I watched it ages back before I was literally an absolute beginner at drawing when I watched it. I would get a lot more out of it now. I'm gonna have to go back to it. Yes, debate broing is sophistry for sure. All right, this is probably too abrupt of a change, if I'm to be honest. I don't think I can go from this to that. I think it needs to definitely need something in between. I think we're just gonna take this actually. We're just gonna take this, and we're just gonna beef it the fuck up. Yes, very true. They can't. They're often not actionable. That's the issue. They are rarely actionable. I just like to think of it like this: will facts and logic make you good at drawing? Are there some facts that will help? Yes. Will they actually make you good at drawing though? No. 99.999999% of what's going to make you good is actually, action things, doing things. And that's kind of just a fractal of the whole thing in a nutshell. What we need is action and functional things. We need big functional motions. I think this actually needs to rotate. Yeah, I mean, emotionally, I don't. Emotionally, I think is the wrong word because I feel like emotions are a mix of many things. Emotions can be just as meaningless and fleeting as non-comprehensive, logic. I would just say like deeper. I've kind of talked about this before, like why literature is significant, because literature is the only way to explain any literary theme in a context of high-skilled literature cannot be explained with higher precision than a literary context. That might be like a mouthful, but if you just stop and digest those words, what I'm effectively saying is that the things that good writing convey cannot be conveyed by anything else other than good writing. That's not to say they're illogical or emotional. They're just a mix of everything. They're everything at once, and they can only be taught and imparted and shown through literature and shit. So that's just an example of what I'm talking about. And that's true for all the artistic mediums. Nothing can explain a mood, like music, for example. That's why these things exist. That's why these arts were pursued in the first place. And that's why they can change, that's why they can change the world itself. We're gonna ignore that part. Yeah, well, that's what's funny is like, what's the difference between propaganda and well-written work? Pretty much the quality level. I mean, there's some fundamental differences in the sense that like, there's basically a rule in high quality literature that you can't inject actual direct bias into a idea that is too deep. You have to actually show, you have to actually develop the ideas, and it can't result in a force-fed message or anything. But at the end of the day, it's other than that, it's just the difference between like literature and propaganda is really ultimately the quality level. Reverse engineering of fiction. Yeah, I mean, I think I know what you mean. I think that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Chris, because that's what's so interesting as far as the techniques, because it's like it's so chicken and egg with yeah, I still think this cell is kind of sussy, but we'll see what happens. I feel like it's happening too fast. Maybe if it pops instantly, it can work. Actually, from the technique is found like deeper insight into life itself, and then from the deeper insight into life itself is born further technique and stuff. Actually, I think it's like the whole point is that it's getting closer to you. I think we can figure this out. Folding Ideas has a good video about it, propaganda 2 senses. The first is just something that is meant to convince or persuade. Second, something that does... yeah, I see. Interesting, yeah. Let's get a little theory. Talked about a noble lie. A better story. Yeah, that's an interesting concept, because like that brings up a debate that I don't have like a super strong stance on. Like, is there value in like more immature entities, in like telling more immature, more feminine entities? Is there value in giving them like effectively like less, is effectively sort of like starting them off, I guess you could say, with like much less like sophisticated literature? Is there value in giving them like, oh shit, that's right, I gotta I forgot I have to account for the screen shake as well. Yeah, like, is there value in giving them something that's more for the intent of, like a half-truth. Yeah, like a half-truth. I guess that's what he means by a noble lie. It's like a half-truth. It's a dumbed-down thing that sets you on the right path. I don't know. It's like being told Santa Claus exists and then later having to find out he doesn't exist. I don't know. I don't know if it's quite similar to that, but yeah, I honestly don't know. I don't have a strong stance on that, if that's valuable or not. I personally don't. It's just because I take writing really seriously. I don't have any interest in making things that feel they need to sugarcoat anything. And the fact that, like, literature works off of the rule that, like, no idea can be developed without its antithesis idea being developed, that doesn't bother me at all. Like, if I want to make works that are inspiring, it doesn't matter to me that, like, they inherently also have to have lots of tragedy in them and depict, like, ideas that are potentially blackpilling. Like, that doesn't bother me because the whole point is that humans should be able to handle that. I mean, if you think about, like, Clannad literally inspired people to have kids. And that is not at all a positive depiction of having kids. But what it is it's an extremely well developed depiction of having kids. So it's like explanatory, so I think, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just genuinely not sure how I think about that. History is very manipulable. You can revise it. Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, history is all perspective, and even sometimes change details. I mean, that's always how it is. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm more for. My loyalty is always with natural literature, but I think that's for someone else other than me to decide. I would not feel uncomfortable. I would not feel uncomfortable if, like, I knew that how should I put this? If there's a story that's hot and heavy and hard to digest because it deals with some tragic themes and shit, but it's extremely well written and it's written with, like, strong otaku cultural intent and stuff, I wouldn't feel like there's a type of person that doesn't benefit from getting that as is. That's how I would think. Alright, we're gonna test this real quick. Let's see what we got. It's fucked up. Even after all the time I spent on animating shit, I still can't always picture what the fuck I'm doing. I have a much better expectation now, though. I have a much better visualization. Where are we? Let's see. Enemy. This could maybe. I think the circle one is too. I think it's too expensive. I think it's too expensive to flash a circle Like, if the thing spins after, I think it'd probably be okay. I think I might change the circle to like a donut hole or something. This might be a bad idea. I don't know. Let's try it. It should reduce the level of like flash coming from it. Noble eyes are only made for the NPCs, yeah. I just like... I kind of reject the concept of holding NPCs to NPC standards, like, inherently. Like, if you watch the arc of JJK, that was definitely not ghostwritten. That was definitely not ghostwritten by Nishio Ishin. That was definitely not unexplainably better and different in style than everything else. Geto's perspective in that, I relate with a lot, where it's just like, oh, just make everyone into Jujutsushi. That's kind of how I think about it. I just kind of fundamentally reject the notion that people have a right to be NPCs. I just like can't get behind that. I get that that's like a part of I get that it's like a part of like the life ecosystem and shit. Again, oh yeah, sure enough, this makes it a lot better. So we just got to make the thing spin now. Like again, like first 4 Neptune games, perfect for this type beat. They do a really good explanation of how like followers and leaders are different creatures and shit. But still, I just can't get behind that. My personal philosophy is that it's not acceptable to be an NPC, and that we should be thinking about making NPCs not NPCs more than we should be figuring out how to usher the NPC. We should be thinking about that too. We should also be thinking about, if they have to be NPCs, how do we deal with them? But at least me personally, I'm going to spend more time berating the NPCs for being NPCs and telling them that they need to have higher standards. Yes, better education would help. And that's why I'm very passionate. Again, exactly, Oda education. That's why I'm very passionate about teaching people. I'm very, very passionate about teaching people. Yes, and that is true, Fumofu. There is a lot more to NPCs if you just dig out the right stuff, you know. That's why I reject the notion altogether, even if I find a lot of people's natural behavior very detestable. I think it's not something that can I don't feel like it's something that we can sustain. I don't believe that low standards for the common person are sustainable standards. I think that's the best way to put it. Yes, philosophy can definitely jumpstart people. I have definitely come to accept that. I can definitely do a good jumpstart. The most important thing is getting people to really, really understand literature. But philosophy can definitely be a good, like, lubrication, I guess. Good lube for the Wolfie back shots. Yes, that's also true, Mothman. Even amongst, like, maybe people I would feel some Oda scorn for, there are still good people. Based in Otaku. Yes, exactly, Chris. Raise the power levels. Mandatory, but yes, that would be fucking sick. A well understood read of like fucking Sakuuta. Holy shit, that would do numbers. That would do a number for society. That would do incredible things. That reminds me, if I do find the time, I really want to make a big like long form Sakuuta vid, because I kind of want to be the first person to like present that story to the West. I don't know if I'll have time to get to that though, but I really would like to do that though. I want to make videos basically similar to, I don't remember the channel name, but I think it's a non-binary monarch. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about the gendering, but whatever the hell they them go by. Literally the only person. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Literally the only person bridging the language gap on like YouTube in like a easily like Zoomer friendly digestible form. I would love to find the time to make videos like this, but way better. Like without, you know, with like much more like creator insight and stuff, and without the like weird, like shoehorn cultural like aspect. I would really like to find time to do that. I don't know though. We'll have to see. No, that's not right. Yeah, it should be. In the set, no. It's just I find it boring. Someone else might find it entertaining. It's just that, like, I guess I could give you a quick crash course on how utility and stories work. Basically, in stories, quality and utility are completely different things. Quality is the actual literary value of the story, which is determined entirely. It's just the equivalent of like, is a drawing good or not? Think of it how like you can have a really good drawing, but you can find it unfappable. Like someone could draw the best drawing in the world, but it might not be something you find attractive at all. That is how stories work. Entertainment, turns out, in stories is actually just the product of seeing certain types of tropes you like being done in a way you like. It just so happens that amongst similar demographics, similar taste is shared. But even then, they disagree all the time about what's exciting and entertaining and blah, blah, blah. So that is basically the quick rundown on anything in a story that is not actual development of a theme. Like, it's not an actual literary quality, so it's not characterization, it's not literally prose, any technical element. Like if you just say this story is scary, that's utility, and that's not qualitative. It's actually subjective. It's born out of qualitative things. Like it's born out of actual tangible things, but how actually scary it is just going to depend on how scary the reader finds it. So that is the quick rundown on utility in stories. And for me, Sakuta is pretty low in utility, and a lot of people agree. It's just not that entertaining. There's one... The second climax chapter is really entertaining. It reminds me a lot of the first arc of Index, and it pumped me up. It's like mad. It's like really like kind of like ironically hot-blooded shit. That was really fucking fun and entertaining, and just an insane, really insane climax. But yeah, most people don't find very entertaining. Yes. When the VNs get hype, man, that's what you live for, exactly. Sipping neon shoe and gaze at the moon. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said in the clinic, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a really good idea. The sooner you can get a feel for what like it takes to like make like a manga or something, absolutely 100% 100% beneficial. Like at all times, the only reason I didn't even like suggest you do that up to that point was just literally because I wanted to knock out like face shit is so fundamental that it's kind of like I have like a similar opinion about like just getting familiar with the basics of faces that like Katsumoto used to kind of think about like, oh, nothing until you've done remembering the soy, which in his case that was actually bad advice because that book sucks. But in this case I'm just basically trying to prevent a form of frustration that's naturally going to come anyway. If you haven't at least done a quick like crash course in some basic like face fundy shit, what typically happens is you go to make the manga panel and it's just kind of miserable. You're kind of just like slaving away trying to get this face to read, and it never ends up like quite reading, and that's just like not fun because you end up having to take the time out to at least get the basics on track with a face, basic face style logic anyway. But now you're kind of like a little bit soured on what you were trying to do. But honestly, it's not that big of a deal. It's just like, we'll get through it. I think if you want to skip right to that, then you should just do that. You should immediately just try to plan out like a page and literally just see what happens, because it'll be incredibly enlightening. It'll be very illuminating. No, we do not want that. Let's try this. Whatsoever 17 isn't right, but the parts that affected me. Yeah. I have not read that yet, but I am looking forward to it. Superheavy and Sinister. Yeah, those are known to do that sometimes. They're definitely known to do that sometimes. I'm looking forward to playing the Sui remake. I'm actually pretty hype about it. The art is insane. And I'm looking forward to seeing. My favorite part of Tsubihime is the Sui no Sora stuff, so that sounds like a good deal to me. I think I might need to. Also, I forgot I have to. The only problem is it kind of feels like a fucking boomerang. I wasn't really thinking. Yo. I didn't realize I had sub notifications on. I literally didn't know that. Young Tay. Thank you for subbing. Yeah. Mothman, if you could just do like a 3-part, like whatever, that's actually a really good idea. Just something basic. Just literally just get your feet wet with the. Okay, I don't even need to export this because this is just wrong. This is retarded. It's not supposed to work this way. That whole cell was a waste of time. Getting rid of this. We're getting rid of this. Okay, what happens is it needs to like evaporate as it spins. It can't turn into like a fucking boomerang. It needs to already start dissipating in some interesting. Yeah. It needs to effectively. This needs to. Yeah, this needs to form a. It needs to form like a ring. Shit. The fuck? Oh, I have it on. Alright, it needs to form like a basic ring type thing. Whoops. Started the remake a couple weeks ago. Immediately found that the writing has been modified a lot. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'll have to read the original at some point then. Yeah, that's right. I know that he was like. I know that like each one was like sort of dedicated to a different philosophers. I never take that shit that seriously, but it's interesting when it's from his lens. What about someone who takes the project-based approach, but doesn't refine exercise what they found their weak points? Yeah, that you can and will stagnate potentially forever in those cases, unfortunately. And it absolutely happens. I mean, there's that's kind of what a lot of professionals do. Yeah, and that's exactly. Other people's help is huge because they can literally just point you to where you need to go if they know. But yeah, literally a lot of professionals stop improving much because they're already good enough to do their job, so they literally just stop and they literally just focus on finished work, and they can actually just not improve, and it's just that simple. It's very common, especially with like mangaka who have to be very efficient and stuff. So yeah, that is a real thing. Which is why, yeah, that's why it's important to be scientific about your weaknesses and stuff. But it's not a big deal. It's nothing to worry about because it's extremely easy to avoid that. It's not something you have to like. I mean, again, especially if you have people telling you, like, yo, work on this. This is the drill you need right now. It always... Okay, we're back. No, don't do that. Turn it back on for now. Alright, well, this looks fucking stupid. I gotta fix this. Why does drinking make me better at Chap? Because it makes you closer to being Japanese. Drinking makes everything better. Yeah, for some people that's unfortunately true. Alright, let's see if this looks as retarded as the last one. Ah, fuck, I didn't export. Alright, let's take a look. Yeah, I think this potentially works. I think the only issue is that, I'll just show it. I think the main issue is that these need more, these pieces need more motion conveyed. So if I give them, and then it's gonna need one more frame after as well. I gotta give these like a smear type thing. Oh shit, what direction were they? Yeah, they were going in that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, that's fine. I actually kind of like the look of this. I think this looks pretty cool. Like as an image, as like a design, I think this looks kind of cool. I don't know if this necessarily works. That this is the optimal way to do this animation, but I actually think this image is pretty interesting. YouTube is mercy. Yeah, it just kills everything. Is the Discord link still dead? If it's not dead, you can go on there. Rather. If it's dead, I'm gonna replace it right now. Whether it's dead or not, I'm replacing it right now either way, so. Okay, I just replaced it. You can DM me or just post it. Yeah, Coach, you say he's such for BGM. I actually have a lot of the first season, not like memorized, like I can recall it, but like memorized-ish. Like it's, it's all familiar when it plays. Fuck. No, don't do that. Don't do that. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Hopefully this is actually barking up the wrong tree. Or the right tree, right? I just realized I didn't set a thing for the sub notification. I need to set like a I show speed GIF for that. Probably the one where he's nodding. It was okay. Believe it or not, it was actually Negima. Believe it or not, that was the work that made me go, "Oh, Oda culture is an organized thing." Lucky Star. That makes a lot of sense. I say it's like weird that it's not that weird that it's Negima. Negima literally does talk about Oda culture in it a bit and stuff, and Akamatsu's definitely not a bad writer. But yeah, it was Negima for sure, and Negima always has like a very special place in my heart because of that. I just like it. I mean, I'm willing to read it again. I know for a fact that it's been a while since I've read anything from him, but I know that he can do some solid stuff, if I remember correctly. I don't know if he is anything incredible, but yeah, his art's amazing though, and I believe the story was good enough. And yeah, that was it. It was literally Negima. It was the thing that completely changed my life perspective. a little bit after I finally did watch Haruhi, which made me reflect on like a lot of things. And from there it was just more and more shit. There's probably a series as far as like personally, because there's two types of influence. There's do not close. There's two types of influence. There's like life influence, and then there's technical influence. And sometimes they're linked, sometimes they're not. But I could probably make a top 10 of like 10 most life influential. Probably pretty easily because I think about it a lot. Ironically, it's the technically influential shit that is harder to keep track of. Because sometimes you analyze something and you forget you even analyzed it, but then it becomes a part of your repertoire, and you don't even remember like, wow, that was like hugely. I've recently been rereading the VN Dark Blue, which is actually I'm not an NTR head, but it is an NTR game technically. There's a non-NTR end. By Izumi Banya, who I really like. And it was like scary reading that. Again, because I was like, oh my god, I so many little things from this are just like a part of me that I didn't quite realize. It was crazy. As far as like my own character, in Orc Castle, Rhea, she that was deliberate. She deliberately gets her name from Rhea from Dark Blue. That was not a coincidence. That was deliberate. All right, I think we're doing good now. The smears help. I think we just need one more little closing, some kind of little closing frame, and it should do it. Go back and watch old Digibro vids. That's funny as hell. I kind of feel a similar thing when sometimes I go back to like, I don't even know, just like some stupid YouTube shit from like 2008 or something, and I'm like, oh my god, I quote this like all the time. The speedrunner average Trey is like nothing but that. He's like, every quote out of his mouth is some like 2008 through 2011 YouTube thing. That's not so much life influence, that's just like habit, but similar idea. Yeah, so many old YouTube poops. Exactly. Alright, I'm gonna put this shit away. Yeah, living rent free, exactly. Yeah, I saw. Really epic. Keep it up, man. Or not, man. Let's, everyone who comes in the server is a man as long as you're in the server. We're gonna keep it that way. If I'm wrong, do not correct me. But yeah, no, good shit. Very good shit. There's a clear aesthetic and everything, clear influence. I'm looking forward to see what's coming, yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean it. The fuck? Yeah, we're still whipped cream, man. It's rare for me to go a day without it. I should switch to like a homemade kind. But I'm not that desperate for... I'm not really like desperate about my health at this point. Like, I've lost a decent bit of weight. I'm back on exercising. Other than the whipped cream, I pretty much cut out all unhealthy shit. I'm feeling quite good in general. So I let that be like my one vice. Okay, so what it has to happen here is it has to like pop. It has to create a feeling like these things popped. Calorie mates are my Otis slot. That's funny as fuck. What's him? Okay. Son of a bitch. Like blueberry, I got like blueberry debris stuck in my throat. Okay, I see. So yeah, it's supposed to, yeah, essentially like kind of fuck, don't do that. It's supposed to kind of like pop into a yeah, like basically like that type thing. I'm just gonna see this real quick. I'm gonna make this nicer looking, but if it works, it should read. It should read from this stage. And then that will be that. Still going slower than I hoped, but it's not too bad. We're 4 of... This will make it 4 out of... 1, 2, 3, 4. How many types are there? There's 8 types, yeah. Yeah, so that means halfway there. Do you have to become a baseball fan to get into Yamato mindset? If you were born in the 80s or 70s, absolutely. Nowadays, maybe not. Probably not, I think. Honestly. My baseball is fucking speedrunning. That's like my what the fuck? Okay, well it's definitely like too fast. I gotta change the timing. I have always had a irrational interest in speedrunning. No, it's actually not that irrational. I can name the reasons why I like it. Baseball is the only sports ball. Yeah, I mean, if there's one to like, that's probably the one. The fact that it's like the only one I know the rules to should probably tell you something. I think it literally is. I think it's literally the only one I know the rules. It also happens to be featured heavily in The GOAT. Jun Maeda happens to be heavily featured in his shit. So that's another good reason to like it. All right, it's too... Okay, no, this is not gonna work because it's reading as it's expanding, but then it can't just contract suddenly. Okay, so this is wrong. It's currently expanding, so it cannot contract. Wait, what the fuck just happened? Go back. Yeah, hockey is cool. It's not, yeah, exactly. It's not really sports ball. It's more like I don't know what you call that type of sport, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Baseball is the sport. I zoom out for a bit, and somehow I finish the line art. By zoom out, I assume you mean like get in the fucking zone. Sounds good though. Sounds badass. I think Motherman. I think baseball goes back to the fact that like was it as Japan became very like, I don't know. I'm not gonna make shit up. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why baseball is big in Japan. I mean, I guess it makes sense as like a. No, I mean, I honestly don't know. What the fuck? I am honestly not sure. I mean, I know it's associated with. I know a lot of kids, that generation of like 70s born, 80s born kids. For a lot of them, it represents like youth and shit because yeah, it was just a big part of being young for them, whether they played on a team or not. So I don't know. I'm trying to think here. Because if it does this friggin' spinny thing. I think what it needs to do from here is just sort of. Yeah, I think what we need from here is we need to just. We need to. There has to be some kind of feeling like it's spitting itself out. This might do it. This might do the trick. Let's see what happens. Whew. Oh, I just realized it might be cool. No, never mind. I was thinking of like maybe this animation can be. It kinda. It looks too much like knives getting spit out. It needs more of a. I can show you. But basically, it needs more of a evaporation, like a. I have a decent idea. I think we're just gonna smudge this one again. I think we're gonna turn this into a smudge cell as well. Cause it's like, boom, yeah, something like that. I don't remember anything else about this anime, but I think that girl in Shimo Neto who draws Ero Dojinshi with her mouth has forever. Yeah, I don't remember the show either. I can't remember if I even saw it in full. I watched a lot of stuff from that era, but even though that was like one of the more remembered shows, I feel like I never saw it in full. It was funny because it was, yeah. Because, like, regulation and shit was, like, that was, like, a real scare for a while. So, I mean, it makes sense that something like that was made. clean this up after in case this is the right idea. Just want to check if this is the right idea first. I think this should work. Chris said something that I did not see. Possibly just a typo. She does it because they have bracelets. Oh, that's so funny. That's funny as fuck. Are we back? Okay, we're back. Yeah, baseball is JRPG turn-based combat, exactly. Roll system, overly long run time, caters to esoteric symbolism. This is in, yeah. I had to react. Yeah, no, true as fuck. True as fuck. I mean, I guess the result is fine. I'm not holding myself to super high standards with these. I think it just needs to get toned down. The last frame is just too... The last frame is just a bit too gaudy, and I think it'll be fine. Alright, this will be the last export. I can always, like, later, I can always, like, make, like, a little quick change to one of these or whatever. It's not a huge deal. Again, these don't have to be, like, the most fucking epic thing ever. In fact, I don't... Whatever. Not gonna cope. Some timing changing would actually possibly help. Like, this would actually possibly help. I think this would make it better. Because the 30 FPS often is just too fast for a thing to read, so sometimes you just gotta set it on two. Okay, the last one should be quick. But I like that one. I might literally just change this later, but for now, oh wait, I don't know if I export it. Also the glow kind of helps fucking smooth everything over. I know I shouldn't glow cope, but yeah, we're just gonna go with this for now. I mean, it's a thing. I think the last frame needs to be repositioned because it's too close to the one before it. I think if I just lasso them over, it'll be a lot better. Like if I just move this way down. Fuck. I just move this up. And I just get this one over. And get this one over. This I think this should be sufficient. Even if it's not, I'm just gonna worry about it another time. Okay, well I moved it too far now. I moved it too far. But we'll worry about it later. I'll worry about it another time. As for the general idea, I'm fine with it. All right, so next is I'm trying to think of one I have like a good idea for. This one, like the elemental one, because it just represents all elements in general, like as in like not like actual like I fucking love science elements, but like, you know, elements in a normal RPG like fire, ice, whatever. In my game, they're all one type. Yeah, these are symbols I made. They're not like refined, like they're not like nice vector art. They're just me just penned in. At some point, I'm gonna create like nice, and I might even actually, I might texture the actual black part onto an actual ball at some point and 3D render it, like, you know, like the old Pokemon cards and shit. That could be pretty cool. For the my mind blown, Chris. I'm trying to think like a good way to represent like all element shit happening at one time. I don't want to resort to something like cheesy, like something flashing multiple colors. I'm trying to think. Philosopher's Stone symbol. Let me take a look at that. Symbol. Oh yeah, no, that's a good idea. Yeah, like something with a something, yeah, like just like a basic, like, yeah, exactly, like a basic symbol like this. It could literally just be a fade in, like a Famicom style fade in, and then it could dissipate, and then it could just dissipate out. Like with like a little bit of like an or like a energy kind of connotation to it. Just something very simple. That is a good idea. Thank you for that. I guess it pays that this type of thing is normally like kind of boring shit that I wouldn't normally do on stream, but it definitely pays to do shit on stream sometimes. So we're gonna keep it nice and simple by squaring the circle. That is true, yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to get a good image. I'm just trying to get a good image in my head.
実は王女姉はフランダーに実験で公開されたりは
Okay, let's do this. The Freemasons cooking, yeah, exactly. Possible links to Nintendo as well. Oh. Yeah, okay, I can give it a quick like white flash, and that's the screen shake will happen as it flashes white, as it comes in flashes white, and does its thing. What the fuck? Oh. Yoshitoshi Abe. I don't know much about him, but his art's great. I've seen some stuff he's, designed for and stuff. There was like, you know how Jun Maeda does those image albums? A lot of people aren't aware of this, but he illustrated the first one that he ever did. And it was way back, and it's confusing. It's hard to find because it's literally just called Love Song, I think. Which like overlaps with the title of the later one, like the Owari no Hoshi no Love Song. So like, I was not aware of that. Pretty interesting. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's funny because there's an unfortunate phenomenon. You can do this with like any style technically. There's an unfortunate phenomenon where a lot of Western artists and stuff will latch on to like one type of person's like kind of superficial elements, but they'll just kind of pull it back into like they'll just kind of pull it back into some kind of like American anime thing instead of actually diving into the deeper technique and shit. And one way to look at it is that it's just we're in the process of anime technique invading and replacing all their stupid crap. So try to have a positive outlook on it. Grand Slam gonna cost the fourth impact soon. What the fuck is going on this layer? Why does this look like? Also, I gotta do the centering trick. Wow, I got that pretty close to center. We're at the point that Lane is. Sorry, I don't know English. Prescient and easily understandable to most people now. Yeah, for sure. That is very true. It's definitely a digestible. It is definitely a digestible thing in current year for sure. We were kind of talking earlier about how in general the shift in like the broadening of compatibility now, just in general. Like even, you know, Lane would be a much bigger hurdle when it came out than now for someone to, you know, get into. And did they? I didn't hear about this. It sounds like that sounds I could see a market for a retail. Yeah, I could too, for sure. Like, I think a oh, holy shit, that's fucking funny. I didn't realize. Oh wait, come to think of it, I feel like I do remember that. I think I didn't know it was actually official. Well, we're just going to mirror it. It was very bad and nobody cared. Yeah, exactly. That's true. It's not about AI. It's just about internet in general. And like human, you know. I don't know what you call that. Some kind of yeah, for sure, for sure. It's funny because like so many people were very like very eager to think about that type of thing at the time. And it was funny because it had like, you know, back then it had like a mystique to the aesthetic. It had a oh, I see. No, we don't want that. There was like an excitement to the whole internet aesthetic and shit. But no one would think about, you know, the actual like actualization of it in current year as like a particularly aesthetic thing, so to speak. Oh fuck! I hate the way this fucking ellipse tool works. shit. Well, first off, let me just. Nah, whatever. Oh, wow. So they raffled off some cells. That's crazy. Jackie Konaka's website a while back. He was saying that a lot of people on the Lane production team were Macintosh nerds. Theory fiction adaptation of Marshall McLuhan. I don't think I've ever heard of that, dude. Oh, I see. Yeah, some kind of philosophy show. Father of media studies. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. So that's where that quote comes from. The medium is the message. I don't even know what he meant by that. I don't think I've ever looked into that. Alright, let's switch. I'm sick of Forbidden Memories. Oh man, I gotta get U-Block on. Let's see, what does this phrase mean exactly? Content. Yeah, it's one of those like. Yeah, probably a great example of why I don't care about philosophy. One of those like, wow, that was a lot of words to talk about a extremely simple and intuitive concept if you just do a thing. Bothering him to watch that, like, holy fuck, I did not know that he said that. No, that looks fucking retarded. Alright, well, let's just start by, flipping this. These two circles look retarded. Let's just get rid of that. There needs to be something in it other than just a circle. Well, let's throw in a circle for now. Fuck. Ah, fuck. It's some. This circle ended up asymmetrical. No. Maybe if we actually, this could do something potentially interesting. I like land, but only the stipulation that is actually interesting rather than actually serious. Okay. Based in Otaku, engine for creating visual novels. Woke dot, because that's what I'm using. Yeah, honestly, literally, yeah, and scripter or Buriko general interpreter, yeah, because that's what most Vinnies were made on. I wouldn't recommend either, though. I think I will just throw it in. We'll just throw in a center line. Yeah, let's just do this. Alright, this will work. Let me save this thing. Oh shit, I just realized the fucking balance of the triangle's all fucked. We'll just draw a new triangle. Oh, you know what I can do? Actually. Could do something like this. What the fuck? Why is it? Oh, I see. I'm on the wrong thing. I don't know if it should necessarily be thinner. Just try that. Yeah, no, that's too much. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting enough. We'll go with that. We will go with that. His ideas would be catastrophic in the real world. It's just supposed to be a symbol for like doing magic shit. Cause like this one, this element is just general like element magic shit. Like literally anything that's like would normally be an element in an RPG, like a normal RPG, like DQ type element or whatever, just becomes grouped under one category in this case. Of the elemental type. Also known as the ray type. Ray as in like Reimu. I usually use the symmetry. Oh, yeah. This is like, you wouldn't believe how many times people tell me about a tool that I don't know about that I should be using. We might not put any lips down there. I think it might be overkill. Well, no, we'll put one. Ah, fuck. Oh shit, I did the wrong way. Fuck me. I blame, why is this doing a weird thing? Like, it's not giving me... Like, it's specifically generating the... I mean, it doesn't matter. I can just correct it manually after. I blame, Japanese artists for never caring about any tools in the program. They legit just don't care. Trying to figure out if that's too much or not. Maybe on the top. Yeah, I'm down with this. Let's just go with this. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna save this shit. Let's also get some music on. We will do... Does anyone put up like a big, just like ZTS vid? Just like a big vid. 12 hours of ZTS.
ZTS music?
Yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go.
You still on right now?
Yeah, I'm still going. I might get off after finishing this one, but Do English writing skills translate to Japanese writing skills? Yeah, absolutely. But you gotta. It's think of it like a job class change. It's also writing good fiction in English is harder because English is missing a bunch of tools that Japanese has. So if you really figured out English, you're probably gonna be fine with Japanese. It'll just feel like taking the. It'll feel like taking the fucking the Rock Lee Goku weights off. But obviously you got to get through the actual learning curve of actually using it, which for me was a solid 2 years. It was a solid 2 years after being close-ish. Not like close to native reading fluency, but like let's just say like I don't know. Probably what I imagine like the average 15-year-old Japanese of just okay intelligence reads like. Probably from that level. What was this one? Oh yeah, enemy elemental. It was, yeah, two years. And even now, I'm not like, I'm not perfect at it, but like I still need like tiny corrections sometimes. Not always. But it's pretty easy now. I don't know if you were here when I was telling how some dude corrected my shit, not because there was something wrong with it, just because he didn't like the humor. It was too otaku. I told you about it, but I don't know if I told. Anyway, yeah, he didn't like it. It was fucked up. Okay, so we want this thing to just appear, and then we want it to literally. I guess like burn up. I'm actually gonna pull up. Oh shit! Sorry, I think I got a sneeze. But yeah, because like every element of literature is universal. But but the language is the specific tool. You can think of them almost like it's not quite an art style. It's closer to like a medium. It's closer to like, oh, if you're an extremely good oil painter, if you're like a godly oil painter, you can definitely figure out how to do good like digital painting. But there's gonna, like Bishoujo Gainery. But there's gonna be a learning curve. I would say it's like that. Directly transferable fundies, but a lot to learn about the tool and get used to. I'm actually just gonna look at Forbidden Memories when the fucking cards burn up, because I think it's like I think it's actually a pretty crude effect, but it should still serve a reference. What the fuck? Oh, come on. Just play the friggin' game. Dude, what is blood doing? Okay, there we go. Yeah, sure enough, it's a pretty crude effect. Yeah, it's just this flame sprite climbing up the card. Yeah. There's the Yoshida Effects book. He has like a burning up paper effect, I think. Let's see. Oh yeah, here it is. Was that it? I can't tell if that was it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. He makes this little anthropomorphic guy light on fire and die. Okay, alright, sweet. Alright, we got this. Well, yes, yeah, good night, Chris. Hopefully I caught you before you said good night. Oh, Yasumi. I only have seen like a chunk of Kaiji and it's good. It's very like conventional mangaka. It's not like, you know, it's manga writing, but it's good manga writing. And it's cool to see how it clearly was introduced a lot of ideas into the whole circle of stuff. His art style is just, I don't know what to say about it. It's quirky as fuck. I don't even know if he's like, is he even like particularly good at drawing? Some of in the anime, of course, when the anime looks fucking good, like the anime is drawn really well, obviously. Like anime magic makes a fucking masterpiece out of the art style when it's drawn really well. I don't know when he draws it if it looks that good, but yeah, Fumofu, that makes perfect sense. I definitely respect him. It's absolutely solid stuff. Researched the gags from Ever 17 when I was reading it, and there was a BBS thread with people saying, Aikawarazu, Otaku no Gyagas. That's cringe as fuck. Yeah. Just a really good show, yeah. Has a couple episodes that are just straight fire. It also has a couple episodes that are animated like absolute pure Korean sweatshop jump. It's one of the most like bipolar qualities. It's one of the most bipolar quality distributions I've ever seen in anything ever. I'm trying to think how we're gonna go about this. Yeah, he's like a machine. I don't know how he does so much shit. Yeah, I was saying jump instead of junk freeze. Yeah. Probably. I don't need all these lines actually. Let's just merge them. Just finish off my blueberries. I should finish at least the Kaiji anime at some point. Thanks for reminding me it exists. It's super hype. I really like the gambling shit. Like, it's really fucking fun. Oh shit! I just almost started just like copying this shit. All right, I think what we're gonna do is like, yeah, I hear Saikyo Densetsu is really good stuff. A lot of people cite that as like their favorite from him. So I'll definitely have to check it out at some point, for sure. It was one of those things where like I wasn't sure if I should take it seriously as a recommendation for a while. Because you know how obviously like manga recommendations can be sometimes, but like, I mean, I try to check out everything I'm recommended. It's just a question of how much do I prioritize it. Am I gonna check it out like that day, or am I gonna check it out in like 3 years type thing? But yeah, once I did start like seeing what his stuff was, like I was like, oh yeah, I definitely trust that. I had some exposure to Akagi like way back, and I remember thinking it was really cool, but I never had too much exposure to it. Mostly just like my brother showing me some stuff. Nikaido Hellgolf. I think I know someone who is posting funny panels from that. Is that the one where he his life is going nowhere? Or is that yet a different one? He has so much shit going. Isn't that all of them? Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's a good point. Yeah. That is, yeah. Someone was posting that. I thought it was really funny. Okay, so what happens is the fire has to like go in sort of a whipping motion. He compares it to folding paper. I think I will skip ahead to like here and try to visualize where it will be. Oh shit, that's right, because of the... Well, I'm trying to think if the screen would have already finished. Well, let's just create some extra room. Probably shouldn't need more than this amount of extra room. Because, again, this freaking screen shake shit. So let's see, yeah. So it's like folding paper. With little like strips falling off type thing. Okay, let me think. Yeah, it needs more of a, yeah, more of that type of thing. More of a peaking thing. Oh shit, that's right. Yeah, I forgot. Since it's gonna be burning up the thing as it goes, it has to, yeah, it has to like climb up like that or whatever. Okay, nice. This should do it. I think this should do it. I can refine the shape after, but oh shit. How did I start writing Oda Media stuff? Well, in the strictest sense, by starting to write in Japanese in the strictest sense. But if my English days count, it was I started as just a general littard. Like I was basically the equivalent of someone that really is deeply into otaku, is deeply invested in otaku media, but for some reason just draws fine art. That's how I started. But I don't necessarily regret that or anything, because I did manage to pick out some pretty good influences, mostly Raymond Carver, who has DNA, who ends up having, that was like a good choice because he ends up having a lot of DNA with Jun Maeda, who's now like my main inspiration. And I also liked Bret Easton House a lot. You know, most people know him for American Psycho. That was the main way I started, just like trying to do that type of thing. And basically what happened is, like, as I kept progressing, I just kept looking for like answers to literary questions and like going further and stuff. And I literally just naturally kept finding the answers more and more in Oda shit. And that's when I started like kind of realizing like, oh shit, it's the fucking Oda writers that have like taken this shit like fucked up far, modern day and stuff. And you know, sure enough, it's if you really want to be good at this shit, that's what you gotta look at. So no, I'm saying it's the equivalent. I did like the literary equivalent of that basically. With drawing, I just started drawing. I just started by drawing anime. But with writing, I started by just looking at modern English literature. And I just kept adding things, and that's one of the reasons like the language barrier started really, really frustrating me, because it's hard to take influence through translation. So I at some point I decided like Japanese was utterly and absolutely necessary. So that's when I found cats. I think we're gonna skip yet. Yeah, no, we should skip yet ahead. And then this shit is just gonna. Okay, I see. So it sort of just dissipates. But yeah, I was lucky I really took so well. I was lucky I found, Raymond Carver as like a major influence for developing like story fundy stuff, and basic like prose principles and stuff, because he is in fact, Murakami. I haven't read Murakami. I don't know if he's junk. Or not, but I hear he uses like a minimalistic style, and I believe that Jun Maeda did cite him, and he actually translated Carver for Japan, so it's possible Maeda even straight up read his translations of those. And even if he didn't, there, obviously there's a shared DNA thing there. So, remember that was translation. I will read Murakami stuff at some point, but not a high priority. But yeah, that was basically how I started. Just lots and lots of short stories. And then consistent attempts at writing novels. It's pretty disheartening when you first get into trying to write novels, because obviously they're going to suck ass. I mean, it's just like art. The difference with art is that there's nothing in art that takes as much work as making a novel. Unless you stupidly tackle some super ambitious animation before you're clearly leveled up enough to do it. So that's why like writing novels can be particularly disheartening, because it's kind of like the equivalent of writing like a symphony in music. Not quite, it's smaller. A symphony is closer to like a series of a few novels, but it's a lot of work. And then to be like, oh shit, go back and do it the fuck again because it was not good. It's definitely like very madness producing. It produces a lot of rough emotions for a period until you get your shit together. I listened to one of his short stories, Cream, and enjoyed it. Very dreamlike atmosphere. Interesting. Maybe I will give that a listen too. Oh shit, what the hell am I doing? Let's make this go more. But yeah, writing in Japanese is just such a joy compared to writing in English. It's just so much more powerful. And, you know, obviously it's the shit that, you know, it's the actual Oda media language, so it's just... Oh yeah, I didn't realize you do that. That's sick. I think I tried writing lyrics one time. I have very like low musical ability compared to other skills, but I tried writing lyrics once, and I was like, yeah, fuck this. You need to be decent at music to do this. I mean, if you have like I know like writers will sometimes write lyrics because they have like an actual composer and arranger to help them. Like sort it out, and I assume it's just a sub skill they get used to. But yeah, I was immediately humbled, and it's funny because like I really like good lyrics. I always appreciate the shit out of them. But yeah, it turns out it's not the easiest thing to do. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's good practice. Yeah, just in some form. That's funny as fuck. Alright, so this should be like kind of the last one where it's all dissipated. Honestly, basically like this should do it. I'm always particularly impressed too when when the shit, like when you get lyrics where it's like there's like some tasteful rhyming in it, but the words don't feel even remotely like compromised to hit the rhyme, and it's just good as fuck. It just sounds good, and shit's still like very mysterious of a skill to me. Just like music in general. It is something I want to work on for sure, but still trying to figure out this art shit. Okay, that should not be happening. This should. This should have a little bit more twist to it. Okay, this I think should kind of read. I think. Alright, let's give it a look. Let's see. It's gonna be choppy because you know, it's gonna be choppy because it's all spaced out, but it should still kind of read. Let's take a look. Yeah, I think it's happening. I think I just need some fill-ins. So the actual symbol will dissipate as the flame rises. So it just needs a few fill-ins, and then I just have to make the symbol dissipate. But I think the actual... I think the flame reads. Oh. So how many will this be after this one? I will just need to do the evil one, the physical one, the earthly one, and the cursed one. Wait, that's more than I thought. Because 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, I fucking counted wrong. I counted there being 8, but there's 9. Because I can't count, apparently. Well, it's not a huge deal. I'll just keep going. I will get off after this one's done, though. I will probably work on something else off stream. I'm not sure. I might do one off stream. I'm not sure. Doing this type of shit on stream can be nice because it makes me not like overindulge. Makes me not go like more ambitious than I need to with any of them. Right, well, let's start with the dissipation. These can't be like too lame or anything because you are gonna see them a decent bit, but they are just the equivalent of like where in a lot of RPGs the enemy would just like flash white for a second, so they're not supposed to be like particularly interesting or anything. The point is simplicity with these. Where's the friggin'... What was the... enemy? Yeah. Okay. Alright, so for dissipating this shit... Okay, so basically, yeah, it like thins out. The bottom like kind of like falls down. While the top just kind of, you know, how would you describe it? The top, how the hell would I describe it? The top, stretches. Yeah, the top like stretches away. Okay, no, not like that, not like that, not like that. There should just be like one little like ember kind of feeling to the thing. Yeah, more like that. And then from here, it just shrinks into, yeah, pretty much nothing. Which I do if I have an idea for a novel, but little writing experience. Yeah, you should. Well, you should start planning it immediately. At least write down any dialogue ideas, like conversations that characters might have immediately. Get into that immediately. Just start building like a bank of possible dialogues from it, and keep writing down scenes you want to show up and stuff, and then try to like jump back and forth between that and actually like wrangling it and organizing it. At the same time, write short stories too, periodically. Short stories are kind of like the copies of writing. They're like the coldies of writing. They're the best way to just quickly test if approach is working or not. Because there's a few fundamental differences between short stories and big stories, but it's not that important. Like pretty much anything that goes into one goes into the other. I'm no writer, but probably stating it is. Yes, exactly. Just start exactly. Yeah, because it's one of those things you have to just iterate a lot. Yes, Scotchy's fucking insane, but yes, he has written Sora 3 times. He has in fact done that. he has holes in his brain, but yeah, still he is a godly writer, and he is rewriting his debut work multiple times. Yeah, no problem, no problem. The dialogue thing is big, and that's one of the areas I was actually really genuinely impressed with Toby, Undertale Toby, because I don't know if someone gave him that tip, but he said, like, oh, I went into the game with, kind of little, not huge amount of writing experience, just a little bit, and the main thing that he did to be able to do it was just writing tons and tons of dialogue, until it was becoming comfortable. And he could better visualize scenes and their flow and stuff. And yeah, that's absolutely the right move if you're trying to build like quick, actionable EXP. I guess it's kind of like if you were to just draw a lot of gestures for a character sign. I don't know. I don't know what the art equivalent is, but it was the right move at any rate. And yeah, like, planning plots is kind of again why short stories are nice, because short stories can quickly test if the tonal arc you want is working. Tonal arc is basically just the ebb and flow of tension in a story. You might think you're building to a climax that's like really dramatic and tense and stuff, but then like after you write it, you realize it was just missing all the functional elements it needed to actually produce what you felt in your head. So short stories are just a really nice way of like just quickly trying out tonal flows, and seeing like what actually works and what doesn't and stuff. You also have to be really careful with feedback, because it is very difficult to get high quality feedback it's so difficult to get high quality feedback with writing shit that you have to get good at interpreting any type of feedback, whether it's good or not. And you have to just kind of get feedback everywhere and just get good at parsing any and all feedback. As well as just, realizing that feedback can only help you so much. It's probably one of the most frustrating things. It's probably one of the reasons that like people just don't do it as much. I mean, you could theoretically get insane at art with zero feedback. Just keep using your eyes. Just keep looking at shit. But with writing, it's very hard to progress without periodic feedback. But at the same time, it's really hard to get good feedback. So it can be disheartening and feel like you're doing something that just has no right answer. Okay, that's not it. That's not it. Also, as quickly as possible, learn to separate the emotions you feel from actual literary moves from what you feel from art and music, because that's a really common. It's a really common like mangaka trap, especially with like mangaka who aren't like actual like real writers. Sometimes they think they'll just draw really dramatic drawings, and that will give them their climax. Just draw characters being dramatic and shit, or something like cool and viscerally exciting happens or something. But writers, like actual writers who have to actually, write, they know that saying, and then the strongest dude ever appeared and he cut a dude in half in 2 seconds flat. They know that that's not exactly particularly interesting on its own in words. Context has to actually make that interesting. So words will like reveal the true nature of how interesting the actual plot actually is in that regard. When I read Derivative Dojinshi, it seems like they function as that sort of exercise practicing. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of like arrow mangaka who get really good, especially, they just really drill like their character stuff and just like a simple, satisfying flow to the story. And some of them get very good at that, even though they're not biting off much, but they get really good at simple, effective stuff. Because it's just more fun. Like, obviously, like, it's not like pictures alone. It's not like sick art alone is going to make you love a arrow manga, even if it's got really appealing images. I mean, if it's like pseudo arrow manga, like if it's like Ishike basically just putting out a book of illustrations with some annotated words on it, that's like one thing, because that's kind of like the point of his thing. But it's still missing out. Like, you're not gonna read in Ishike, so-called read, like what is basically a glorified book of illustrations or pamphlet of illustrations. And then read a guy who genuinely wrote like a really funny little short story. Like, you're gonna remember the funny little short story that also happened to have sick art in a more like emotionally fond way, just inherently. Where the hell are we? Yeah, long stream. Just Will went to sleep and woke up. Wait, did I? I didn't fucking export it. That's why I like some slice of life moe anime. It's just pure character interactions. It's easier to write big plots and well, it depends, but in general, when the more you depart from like heavy Shakespearean cause and effect, it is literally harder typically. That typically gets more technical. Like, there are ways to make it easier, but like it absolutely starts getting more technical on average. It depends on the exact circumstances, but yeah, absolutely 100%. The whole like Shakespearean cause and effect type story is the more like, it's the easier to do thing, and it's usually what people should start with more in terms of, okay, well, this is almost good, except the end is fucking retarded looking. I don't know what the hell happened. This is my first time animating fire, so that kind of fire. Yeah, the end is retarded. So we gotta figure out what to do about the end. I think just the particles just look like they're flickering. I think it's just overstaying its welcome with the particles. Okay, so first of all, these should just not be here. They should not be here. This should not be here. And then these should not be here. Okay, that alone should help. That might not be enough though. Because you'll always see too, like with the best writers, they can like they're not bound to any sort of theatrical format or any sort of like cause and effect change. Like they can take tension and like just create it at will. Like they can just have characters doing kind of anything, and they can always bend like some kind of like tonal thread and focus out of it and stuff. And there will always be like a some of them like straight up like flex it. You know, like if you take like honestly, like a lot of the best writers will like kind of flex this ability. I'm just thinking of shit like how like wild some of the conversations and shit can get in Index and stuff. And obviously like Ishin is known for that. Ishin is known for his wild conversations and shit. And if you take Hebban, like Jinmaya's writing in that, like he will just do the funniest, like, all right, the very end is like flickering. The big problem now is the very end is flickering in a stupid way. I'm just trying to think exactly what it needs. Okay, first of all, it's shrinking when it should just be dissipating upward. That's the first problem. So let's fix that. He lets you make these like ridiculous selections and stuff that change shit in these really like idiosyncratic and funny ways. And you can literally set like combinations of like arbitrary combinations of selections. So there's like 3 selections on the left side and there's 3 selections on the right side, and you can just link them up arbitrarily. And he wrote like genuinely super funny, interesting, like really well characterizing shit for every single combination and shit. It's just insane. It's just like an insane flex. Cookout flex. It's just an insane like flex of his skills. You know, like all feels relevant, all feels good, all characterizes the shit super articulately and shit. A lot of time it's all funny too, which is makes it even more impressive. Like even if you're not gonna like actually laugh, which I'd be surprised if you don't. Like the humor ideas are like really well developed. So yeah, super impressive shit. Okay, well, first of all, I think that this one should be facing the other way. Like that. No, sadly I don't. Well, not like readily. I do, but I don't. Not like super good ones. It's something I'm still trying to figure out. I find my own sense of humor somewhat funny. But I know a lot of it is pretty dry, and a lot of it is based around. A lot of it is based around. I mean, this is kind of a bread and butter of writing like moe character type stuff. A lot of them are parodies. A lot of humor in like moe character oriented stuff is like parodies of or exaggerations of like flaws people have IRL or like stupid shit they'll do. Okay, it still doesn't have enough momentum, but we're getting warmer, no pun intended. Like the type of shit that really makes me laugh isn't even the type of shit that necessarily other people would find even as funny. Like, for example, like, okay, we just had it on Gochiusa when they're doing the thing where they're like fortune telling. They're like, they're telling each other's fortunes. And Tippy, who of course they think is just Chino doing ventriloquism. Tippy says a bunch of shit. Says a bunch of detailed shit for Kokoa's fortune, and she says her response. She looks at Rize and she says, "Date," and then Rize's like, "Ya omae no unse daro," or whatever. Like, like why are you acting? Like why are you like? I don't know how to describe it. Like why? Why does your tone? Why are you looking at me and being like date? Like, well, that's what he said. Like, why are you saying that to me? When you're the one who should be concerned about this. It's just fucking funny as fuck. Cause that's like that's a genuine form of airheadedness. It's an exaggeration of a genuine form of airheadedness. And I just find that shit funny as fuck. So anyway, I'm working on developing it. As I write and stuff, and well, that's one of the reasons I'm really fucking excited to drop the chapter 1 on people, because I'm really looking forward to seeing how much people like the characters and seeing how much people laughed at it. I mean, I've shown people writing in the past and stuff. And I've shown people some of the stuff working on and stuff, and like I don't know if anyone has said it's really funny. A lot of people tell me it's cute, which is nice. I mean, even if it's not funny, as long as it's cute, that's good. Cute and funny are related, of course. Okay, we are almost there. We just gotta move this. This one needs to go higher. This should do it. Hello, Julian. We are making a JRPG VN hybrid. So it's like a normal RPG kind of, but a lot of the cutscenes are, well, all the cutscenes are basically VN segments. Yeah, exactly. Lucky Star is almost entirely exactly. Lucky Star is a really good example of what I'm talking about. All right. Honestly, I think the last frame is what's ruining it. It just looks stupid. It's got no momentum to it. Needs to be. Should just be like that, I think. I'm gonna try to get a lot of battle system footage up soon, so you'll be able to see. I mean, there's some on like the latest video on my channel, but there will be a lot more very soon. Okay, it turns out that the frame before it also has not enough momentum. Like, this shit is bad. I shouldn't be doing this. Should be doing this. I think in one scene I basically stole that. I think I kind of stole that interaction. In actually the first chapter of the game, I think I stole that exact little like Cocoa moment in one part where because the nun in the game, Kanya, she says amen a lot, and she's asked a question in one part, and she says like amen to it, perceiving it as a statement. And yeah, you get a basic Tsukomi of like, yeah, imano wa shitsumon dakedo, or gimon or whatever. For whatever reason, I find that shit funny as fuck. I guess like anything that naturally yeah, pokes fun at the awkward aspect of people, I find extremely funny. Alright, we got something. It looks a little weird at the end, but it's just about there. This shit is fucking hard. Yeah, the end is just a little weird. Not terribly, but it's just a bit weird at the end. I think the way it can be fit, yeah, the reason it feels weird is because this one and this one are on the same spot. This one needs to be elevated a little bit. Nichijou. Yeah, you know, I never actually saw Nichijou. I'm going to have to watch it at some point. It's one of those things I put off forever. But I have seen a lot of clips. And I know what you're talking about. Should put that on my, like, should watch soon list. Honestly. I have a, like, should watch soon list of anime that I just never get to. But I might as well try. Because I'm just always reading these days. It's freaking KyoAni too, so it's extra motivation. Okay, one thing I can say about humor is that there are in fact 4 categories of humor: slapstick, dry, satirical, and manzai. They're interlocked, so it's more like a spectrum. Like, you can picture the classic like 4-quadrant political spectrum type shit. Like, manzai and dry are, I think, inherently, I think they form one axis, and then I think satire versus slapstick form the other axis. I believe. Don't hold me to this. I'm not like a comedy theorist, but I believe that is how it works. Okay, all right, we got it. We fucking got it. It just needs I would say I think it just needs like 1 or 2 fill-ins now. Oh, no shit. I did not know that. I will definitely check it out. Alright. Yeah, I think just one more fill. I just think one fill-in the beginning will do it. I think probably here. Oops. Probably here. Oh shit, no, don't do that. Okay, so this is the next one. Alright. So somehow we gotta go from, because this sort of like whips over. I gotta look at the reference book. I'm looking at, the book is called Yoshida Style. It's just got like basic like elemental effects in it and stuff. It's a very good reference for if you're trying to do anything like effect related. Okay, so let's see. It kind of whips. Yeah, because typically it kind of flickers. So to get to here, it actually typically will kind of go more like that, or yeah, it'll kind of like do a little bit of that action or something. I don't know. We'll just see. I mean, if it's awkward, I can probably easily know why it's awkward. That part in one of your videos where you talk about Don Kong being inherently considered. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, that was during my like kind of trolley period. I would make a lot of jokes like that just to. I was heavily involved in a lot of like at the time kind of like very like adamantly liberal, like politically liberal communities, and like whenever I would put like jokes like that in my shit, it would always create like a little shitstorm and stuff, and like it was fun at the time, but in retrospect I kind of wish I didn't do that because it, you know, it makes people to this day I get people like, I wish he would lay off the like political shit, and it's funny because I don't like obviously see myself as that at all. I'm just like worried about otaku shit. But yeah, it was it was fun. It was fun at the time. I was no regrets. I'm glad. It makes me happy when people say it made them laugh. To be honest. My bigger regret is just like I didn't have my like Oda knowledge squared away. I was like, I made lots of videos that were just me fucking brainstorming because I didn't have all my knowledge. Didn't have all my Oda wisdom packed together. Alright, this looks fucking retarded. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I feel like this is not gonna flow well. Yeah, that's not gonna flow well. This needs to be like that or something. Oh shit, what the fuck is the... I just realized the bottom is supposed to... Okay. Yeah, the bottom's not supposed to get too wild. Boom, boom. Okay, this part needs to be the other way. This needs to have like a... Oh, this is sussy. This shouldn't be like this. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna look good. Well, let's just try this for now. Let's see what we end up with. Alright, let's take a look. Alright, let's see what happens. Let us take a look. Yeah, I mean it's not the best thing ever, but I think it'll work. All right, so now we just gotta make we just gotta cut away the symbol. Did you like Asobi Asobase? The friendships in that had more banter than typical, which some found unpleasant. My brother's been watching it recently. I've been like kind of looking over. I found it really funny. The writing seems good, and it definitely seems funny. It's definitely more like comedy. It's definitely more like traditional comedy than I think. Because it's the more like it's the more like humanistic type leaning. Fucking an acronym CG DC D. You know what I'm talking about. And yeah, so it leans more on like obviously like crude humor and shit. But yeah, I find it funny for sure. I don't know if I prefer that, but I do enjoy it. The art style is cool. It reminds me of the guy who did. He's kind of like semi-retired now, I think, but he used to do a lot of the stuff for Favorite, like Euroseka and stuff. It's probably the thing that reminds me the most of that, because he would have these like very kind of like interesting. I honestly have no idea how to describe it. I have no idea how to describe it. No, I haven't read any of his stuff, but I did watch Shoujo Shumatsu and I really liked it. I thought it was really good stuff, really solid stuff. I thought some of the episodic arcs were a little bit lacking, but in general, the core was really strong. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to read it at some point, yeah, for sure. I love the setting work and shit. I mean, obviously everyone does, but yeah, I really like it. It reminds me of, it literally reminds me of old, like, fucking, like, classic, like, video game maze, like, fucking geometry and, like, old retro games, like, like GoldenEye on the N64 and shit. It literally reminds me of that, which is not a bad thing to remind me of. Yeah, Shimeji Simulation I hear is good. I'll definitely read that as well. I love his art. It's really, really, really good. Okay, so this can just go. This can just get deleted. This can get deleted. This can get deleted. And what the fuck is this? Why is this? Wait, what? Okay, we're good. Yeah, Shoujo Shumatsu Yoko, that's another like very like, it's kind of like a cute girls doing cute things, but that's another one that's like pretty humanistic. Has a strong humanistic flair. Obviously, it's less lighthearted than Asobi Asobase, but yes, I was one of those people. I did not watch Bocchi as a Kirara work. To me, it was a sports career work. I loved it for that, but it did not scratch the Kirara itch at all. Oh shit, I'm showing you my fucking folders. I'm not supposed to do that. I did not watch it as a Kirara work, and I don't think it delivers as one. Maybe in the future, as it goes on, it will, but it's a very first person work. Like, you are just like following you're just glued to Hitori the whole time. And the other characters don't get as much development as they normally would in a Kirara thing. At least as quickly as they should. In that type of thing. And there's just like inherent tension between them and stuff. It's just like, it's totally not. I basically watched it like it had a plot. I basically watched it like a plot anime. I did not see it as a slice of life anime at all. All right, here we are. I think this is pretty cool. Can you tell me if this is cool?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I love that about. I love that about Shoujo Shumatsu.
Yeah, no, that works. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to Shimeji. I think because like I'm trying to get serious about like career shit, Bocchi ended up being one of the more intense emotional rides. Ended up being one of the more intense emotional kind of coasters for me in media for a while. I've become very kind of like numb when I consume for the last several years. I don't get like affected by stuff much, even if I'm enjoying it and stuff or appreciating it. But Bocchi hit me a lot. Certain aspect, any scene with Ruby in it in Jewel Hearts also made me pretty emotional. So that's it. Yeah, it just needs a fade in now. It just needs like a Famicom style fade in. Remember, never, if you're doing like pixel art shit, don't fade in like this. Don't fade in like this. It looks like shit. Undertale does that a couple times. You don't want to fade in like that. Looks like ass. You want to actually change the color as it fades in. Yeah, it's solo sports anime. I've never seen Ippo, but no, I saw like one app and it was just typical sports shit. Ashita no Joe, I know it's a classic. I'm sorry, it's typical sports shit with a little bit of an innovative edge. It didn't mog Initial D Season 1. That shit's a masterpiece. The anime. Not the manga. The manga is not a masterpiece. But Initial D Season 1 is a masterpiece. Everyone's favorite, like, sports thing that's also a drama thing to mention, ping pong. Good. Bocchi still mogged it. No question. Yeah, I wouldn't say it mogged Initial D, though. I would say, though, it's been a while since I saw Initial D. It might be better, but I don't think it was a mog. Free, also good. Mogged, though. Free mogged. It mogged free, rather. Trying to think of other good sports shit. Yeah. Bocchi didn't have that kind of, obviously, excitement. Yeah. Obviously not, yeah. Like, it's not like the same qualities are. If you're talking about from that perspective, yeah, I don't know then. Ping pong definitely got me more excited. Without question. What's funny, that's one of the reasons I love Gochiusa so much, because you can read it like it has so many elements of like a Nakige romance, while also delivering on like the friendship aspect and everything. And yeah, that's fucking epic. It's just another thing to like about it. Ah, shit, these are all fucking mixed together. That reminds me, I was watching Hoshikuzu Telepath. I was enjoying that a lot. It's no goatee, but it's good. I was definitely enjoying it. I will put that on the list of shit to finish. As a lonely protagonist anime, I think NHK and Watamote did better, but that probably wasn't the main focus. Yeah, well, the thing about Bocchi is that it's like pseudo that, because it's actually just about how she's like trying to get a career, and how she is obsessed with like standing above other people with an actual career goal in mind, which is a completely different type of like anxiety. I think that's why like the she's literally me shit was parodied, so was like seen as so particularly comical with that show, because she literally just has like nothing to do with the average person. Like every single one of her problems stems from the fact that she's trying to be special and that she's capable of being special. So yeah, that was like what's funny. Yeah, so I don't even think to even compare it to like Watamote or NHK in that aspect. Fuck. But yeah, I do like those two a lot as well. I rewatched a couple. What the fuck? What the fuck happened to the? Did I somehow undo the? I rewatched a couple episodes of NHK like somewhat recently. It was fun. It took me back to. Took me back to way back when I first watched it. It was funny too. I've said that I'd like to read it at some point too, to see all the differences and stuff. I think I've said before how I love the line in I love the I love the scene in NHK where he like goes to start like writing. He's like, wait, if I can commit to like a thing, then I'm not a NEET anymore. I'm like a self-employed person or whatever. That shit's of course he doesn't actually cook, but that shit was really funny. That thought is really funny because probably everyone who becomes a creator has a similar thought at some point in their life. Like goes through a similar thought. Men almost don't exist in the story, and the opposite sex is pretty strongly connected. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, they start making arrogance because Sato has no skills. Alright, let's see how this looks. Okay, so there will be like a little glow. In the actual game, the glow effect will happen, but that fade in's a little fast. The fade in should probably be a little slower too. But yeah, that's the idea. So I'm happy with it. All right, so that will be it for today. We have 4 left to do, and I don't have a good idea for them yet. We got this one's good. Actually, let's do a check. Check. So 4 to go. I'm thinking for the curse one, I might just do kind of like a basic. Let's gotta, yes. Thank you, Bada. You too. Oats. I have some ideas. I'll worry about it off stream. But yes, thank you everyone who showed up. And I should be on tomorrow if all goes well. We are in the groove. I want to get this fucking little battle sim in people's hands. I want to get that chapter 1 out. Let's fucking go. Yes, I will see you, quote unquote, tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Elena.